almost 1 lakh, almost 1,70,000 game publishers, out of which almost 6,000 game publishers are Indian. I'm talking about Google Play. So really, some of the prominent ones are Gamation Technologies, Words Mobile, Moonton, Moonfrog, Games to Win, and there are younger startups in the last 2 years that have come up in the game space. As I said, overall 3% of all game publishers on Google Play are from India, but this is the number to watch out for. Over the next 18-20 months, it could be at high as 10%. More and more money is going into developing of Indian gaming content, which takes Indian cultural nuances into point of view. Also, in the mobile gaming segment, Android commands a significant market share owing to the dominant share of the user base in the country. According to various studies, the country's smartphone user base, which is already surpassing 750 million, is going to even have a larger share of games being played on them. Players like Xiaomi, Realme, OnePlus, Samsung dominate the market. Also, as I said, the biggest thing is the software. With the ban on PUBG, Call of Duty had seen an increase in number of users. The country has also seen a growth in developing similar games. For instance, last year, FAUG, the Indian rival of PUBG, was up for pre-registration on Play Store. Just to give you, to end in terms of the gaming industry overview, there were some macro level developments also which helped gaming. The Indian Olympic Committee, the Indian Olympic Association, the International Olympic Association recognized e-games as a sport, and there is a separate e-games tournament the International Olympic Association is doing. That tells you that gaming is becoming mainstream. What is also happening is that today more and more money is being put in by private equity, by venture capitalists in supporting gaming startups that have a path to developing new content. And typically gaming content takes 2 to 3 years, sometimes 4 years, 5 years for a gaming content to be out. So more and more money is being put into gaming startups to develop Indian content. I think that will really create the next level of growth, and the numbers in the report that we will share bear that out. I want to end by saying we at Exchange4Media are primarily a platform for brand owners, media agencies, advertising agencies, and the enabling and supporting ecosystem. As this number of gamers, the number of gaming downloads, the level of engagement and increased content of Indian gaming grows, more and more brands are taking up gaming as a platform or as a route to engage with this young audience. Gaming is seeing brands experimenting, whether they are becoming part of in some way, the core of the game, or in some cases just being on the surround side. And third, of course, advertising on these platforms and engaging with the games enthusiasts. So gaming as a segment, with the numbers that I just shared, as an industry, it's almost $2.3 billion, according to the report, $2.4 billion, growing to more than $8 billion over the next 36 to 48 months. I've explained to you that the content is being funded, and in gaming, there is a gestation period. Over this year, I have met young enthusiasts who are gaming leaders who are developing content, and they're developing content at a fraction of cost as compared to companies like Electronic Arts and other players. The last thing that is helping grow the gaming ecosystem is the rise of Web3. Almost 30% of the Web3 startups are in the gaming ecosystem. I don't have to explain to you what Web3 is, but blockchain and AR, VR, all coming together to build a decentralized digital economy is helping the gaming ecosystem. Within the Web3 ecosystem itself, over the next 3 years, we expect the gaming part of Web3 to be $400 million in revenue. So really, beyond these numbers, gaming is, while associated with young people, if you look at the demographics of gamers, while it's predominantly young people, but there is adoption of gaming across all age profiles. So as I said, as the Indian media entertainment industry grows, the fastest segment within that is the gaming industry. Today, post the Game On Summit, we also have the Impact 40 Under 40 winner, the list of marketeers who are under 40 under 40. They're already leaders in the domains, but I'm sure bigger roles for all of them will come. Post that, we also have the India Digital Leaders Awards. So hopefully you'll have a day of engaging with the gaming ecosystem, meeting the players. In some time, I'll be doing a conversation with Nitish Mehta. His company is the first gaming company to be doing an IPO, and look at the way they're growing their company and in some way growing the ecosystem of gaming. The future belongs to gaming. The more we adopt and ourselves make ourselves familiar with the growing content, I think we'll understand every facet of the gaming ecosystem. When we come here next year for the Game On Summit, I'd hope all of us have a gaming console, and rather than listening to my speech, we play a game together. I hope we get to that level, because till we don't play a game, we can never imagine the impact and the engagement that the gaming ecosystem has. I can only tell you this summer holidays, my son, who's 15 years old, is in class 10, is having his holidays. And his best friends is his gaming console, through which he has a view to the world. He's not alone. As we'll share the numbers today, a best friend for an individual is, of course, the boy or girl in the class, but it's also his or her gaming console. So to understand where gaming is headed, we have today's day full of practitioners, pioneers from the gaming ecosystem, talking to all of us. And hopefully, as custodians of brands, where we are helping the branding ecosystem grow, we'll use gaming platforms in a much larger way as part of the media plan. That is our endeavor. We wish you a luck. We wish you a day of learnings, connectivity, and discovering new ideas and trends, because gaming in some way is a new ecosystem, and it is becoming more mainstream every day. So Exchange for Media's endeavor is to be able to bring you a ringside view of what's happening. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for introducing the past and present and sharing your insights on the future. I'm telling you, it's going to get really exciting from here. And that's what makes E4M, Group M, ESP Game On, the online gaming summit so enduring and really exciting to look forward to. But before I start off, let me quickly share with you, I told you there are some really interesting games that are going to happen throughout the day, and there's a game booth right outside the door here. It's by Pocket. You can download it from the QR code present on the gaming booth, and it's a very interesting game where you can play it, yes, as soon as you download it, and the leaderboard will be visible on the screen outside, so you'll know who's winning through the game, and yes, you can play along. Winners will obviously get a giveaway, a prize at the end of the conference. Also, we're going to have a tournament indoors right in a few minutes from now. In that tournament, you all can obviously download the game and play. And this game obviously is Asphalt 9 Legends. Please make sure you download the game from your App Store, Play Store, wherever possible. And we are going to invite players and have it on in a few minutes from now. So that's also going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you, this event wouldn't have been possible without the support of our partners. So before we start out with the sessions for the day, it's time to thank our presenting partner, AnyMind, Pocket, our growth partner, Mob Avenue, your growth partner, and our co-partner, Ad Scholars, Passion for Innovation. Let's have a quick look at our partner AVs on the screen.
AdScholars is a dynamic advertising agency driven by a relentless passion for innovation. Since 2015, we have been helping businesses in GCC, APAC and India revolutionize their advertising efforts through cutting-edge technologies and emerging trends. We are proud winners of the prestigious MMA Smarties Award 2023. At AdScholars Creative Studio, we develop impactful, rich media display ads that guarantee high engagement, brand recall, and a higher return on investment. AdScholars Kids and Parents offers a safe and interactive mobile experience for kids, teens, and parents. With a COPPA-compliant contextual mobile advertising network, we reach over 350 million kids, teens, and families globally. In the world of gaming, AdScholars Gaming partners with industry leaders to offer innovative advertising opportunities. From in-game sponsorships to rewarded videos that maximize player engagement, we seamlessly integrate your brand into the gaming experience.
Can you have a huge round of applause for all our partners for always being there for us, which is why we are all together. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now before I go ahead with the next, I couldn't take my eyes off this screen, but I'm sure you can take a few seconds off and make sure you keep on sharing your tweets using the hashtag which is right there on top. You cannot miss it. It is hashtag E4M Game On. So make sure you tweet on for this conference and this event as well. With this, it's time to welcome on stage a gentleman who lives gaming 24/7 and 365 1/4 days of the year. It's an immense pleasure to welcome him on stage. He's the head of sports, esports and entertainment, Group M, South Asia. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, Mr. Vineet Karnik. Zordar Talia, everybody.
Thanks. Actually, that's not true. I don't leave games 24/7 because anyone, according to me, wearing a suit like this in the morning can't leave that business because it's a business of youngsters and it should be like that. But thanks a lot. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I stand before you to shed light on the revolution that our country is going through, actually worldwide it's going through, in terms of transforming all of us into prime destination for open internet and all that digital media entails. With over 750 million active internet users in 2022, India has emerged as a powerhouse in the world of gaming with close to 500 million individual gamers calling the nation their home. It is undeniable that the gaming industry has become a key driver of India's digital revolution, fueled by increasing accessibility to devices, data, and digital penetration, of all of which becoming cheaper, better, and faster. The growing gaming market in India is nothing short of a remarkable achievements by a lot of gamers and influencers. Some of them are in this room itself. Gamers from across the corner of our country are embracing online gaming thanks to the affordability of internet access, data penetration, and widespread smartphone adoption. The compounded annual growth rate of the gaming market in India is projected to grow by 27%, which means that it will expand from 2.6 billion in the fiscal of 2022 to a staggering 8.6 billion by the fiscal of 2027. That's going to be phenomenal, and that's the reason why we are all spending time here today. What's fascinating is that this growth is more pronounced in second-tier cities compared to the metro cities in like Delhi and Bombay, showcasing the widespread appeal of reaching the gaming industry across India. India's rise to the biggest mobile gaming market in the world can be attributed to the strong adoption of mobile games. Today, if you look at Google Play's download in India, surpasses those of many other countries, some of the top markets like Brazil and Indonesia as well, which are comparable markets from a sheer population standpoint. This presents a ripe opportunity for both local and foreign mobile publishers and investors who recognize the immense potential of growth in these markets. According to the report of the Internet and Mobile Association of India, number of mobile gamers in India is projected to increase to a staggering 650 million by 2025. This growth not only bolsters the gaming industry itself, but also has a potential to significantly boost the electronic industry in India, including consoles, PCs, VR gadgets, mobile phones, wearables, and IT accessories. In the year 2022, the rise of real money gaming brands as significant advertisers marked a turning point for the gaming industry. Despite being less than a decade old, RMG ad spends already account to almost 2.5% of total ADEX, showcasing the industry's immense potential for monetization and revenue generation. This trend is a testament to the growing influence and reach of gaming amongst diverse audiences in India. As we look at the future, the rollout of 5G network is set to have a profound impact on the gaming industry. 5G technology will revolutionize the way people play games, provide faster downloads and upload speeds, enabling quick access to game updates, patches, and DLCs. Moreover, immersive cloud gaming will also become a reality, allowing gamers to stream games directly to their devices throughout the need for a console or high-end PC. This technology will open up new frontiers in gaming, including augmented reality and virtual reality, which requires fast and reliable internet connections to function properly. With 5G gamers, we will be able to enjoy high-resolution gaming experience on their mobile phones, rivaling the graphic quality and speed of consoles or PCs. In this digital age, gaming influencers have taken center stage, shaping the gaming industry by creating content, building communities, and influencing the opinions and purchasing decisions of their followers. These influencers have gained dedicated following over the years, thanks to the expertise, entertaining personalities, and engaging content-related video games. Many of them are sponsored by gaming brands and companies, allowing them to earn substantial sum of brand deals and partnerships, often surpassing those of mainstream lifestyle influencers and celebrities. Today, gaming influencers have become a vital force in driving the popularity of success of games and gaming-related products. One of the driving forces behind the popularity of gaming is the easy accessibility, quick gameplay sessions, addictive gameplay loops, and a wide variety of themes offered by hyper-casual games. These games continue to dominate the Indian share of downloads, appealing to both hardcore and casual gamers. The convenience and entertainment value provided by hyper-casual games have captured the attention of millions of gamers across India. In conclusion, India's gaming industry is experiencing an unprecedented surge drive by increasing affordability of internet access, data penetration, smartphone adoption. The rapid growth of Indian gaming market, particularly in mobile gaming, has made India the largest mobile gaming market in the world. The advent of 5G technology will further propel the gaming industry forward, enabling faster download speeds, reduced latency, and new gaming experiences. Gaming influencers, hyper-casual games, and the inclusion of esports in the Olympics are further testaments of the pervasive influence and appeal of gaming in our society. Non-endemic brands today also have recognized the potential of gaming industry as a platform to connect with the wider audience, although they must navigate the unique challenges that it presents as well. As India continues to embrace the open internet and digital media, the gaming industry will undoubtedly play a pivotal role in shaping the future of entertainment technology and culture of our country. I once again thank you all for joining today, and I'm sure the rest of the day is going to be power-packed and extremely knowledge throughout for all of us today. Thank you very much.
I think his insights speak for himself. A round of applause, a big, huge round of applause for him, everybody. And may I request from the team, Pyara Singh Gambhir, Deputy General Manager of Paytm, as to join us on stage to present a memento to Vineet sir. A round of applause, everybody, as we present a token of appreciation to him. Vineet sir, we'd want you to stay on stage for a few more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for an online gaming report 2023. Yes, E4M and Group M ESP online gaming report 2023. And to unveil the report, let me welcome on stage, back again on stage, Dr. Anurag Batra. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Also joining in will be the co-founder of Exchange for Media Group, Mr. Naval Ahuja. Round of applause for Mr. Naval Ahuja, everybody. And may I also request Country Manager India and Middle East, North Africa, Anymind Group, Ms. Rubina Singh to join us on stage to present the report as well. Zordar Talia ho jaye for the fantastic four joining in on stage. May I request the team to bring the report so that we can unveil it right at the same time? Yes, absolutely, sir.
Hi. I would also request Vishen Hardasani to be on the stage, CFO Group M, and Mr. Amin Lakhani, CEO Mindshare South Asia.
And yes, it's time to unveil the report, so may I request the team to join us to present the report, and we will unveil it at the same time.
Three, two, one, go.
And it's time for a quick photo op right here with the report. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for E4M Group M ESP Online Gaming Report 2023. Please note you can also download the report from the E4M Game On 23's website. That is on the 14th of June. So yes, 14th of June is when it's going to be active online. Thank you so much. Sir, if you could share a few words.
So what you have here is the summary of the full report. The full report will be available to download from the E4M website on the 14th of June, which is coming Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much to the entire team for unveiling such an exciting report. Yes, you can watch it online from the 14th of June. Without any further ado, I'd also like to share, well, this is a very exciting part in the event right here. Yes, sir. You'd love to share something.
Actually, the gamer in my team, Arun Sadasivan, just prompted me that we have to unveil a surprise for all you guys. So first time ever, in India, Group M is trying to create a tournament, a corporate tournament for gaming for Group M clients to start with. Okay, so starting, I think by mid or end of June, you will see a gaming tournament organized by Group M for its clients. We would want to show you a sneak peek of the Group M Premier League that will be launched shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Also, I did mention about a very interesting game download that happens with Pocket outside. They've also added something very exciting to the contest, which is the first winner and the second winner and the third winner. The third winner gets an inventory on Pocket worth 1 lakh. The second winner gets an inventory on Pocket worth 2 lakh. And the winner takes it all with an inventory on Pocket worth 3 lakh. So a round of applause for Pocket, everybody, for adding that dose of excitement to the event. Without any further ado, we'd like to now start our first session for the day. And this is a wonderful fireside chat between two gentlemen I absolutely admire, Dr. Anurag Batra, and may I also welcome Mr. Nitish Mittersain, founder and CEO of Nazara Tech. Let's welcome the two gentlemen with a thunderous round of applause, everybody. The first fireside chat of the event.
While the chairs come on, today there seems to be a lag in the report coming and chairs coming. I think the event guy needs a coffee. You should give an extra coffee, yes, Saima? You should smell the coffee. But Nitish, congratulations. Your company is the first company to be able to do an IPO and in some way create a future benchmark for other companies to follow. So, yes, we'll need another mic. Yes, thank you so much. Come. Center. All of you guys need coffee today, huh? Let's get them coffee on the house today, huh? Tushar, coffee for you and everyone in the house today. So, Nitish, since the time you've done the IPO, what has changed in the gaming landscape? And I'm hoping, and I know it's changed for the better. What has changed for the gaming landscape since you did the IPO?
Sure. Hi. Good morning, everyone. So for us, we did the IPO right in the middle of the COVID, right? We listed in March of 21. And I think just the COVID push was a pretty strong push on generally people spending a lot more time on gaming, a lot more new gamers coming into the ecosystem. So I think COVID played an accelerating role. Of course, gaming in India is in a secular trend, I would say, for a long time to come. I think from two things, right? I think gaming from within the entertainment industry in India is going to be the largest sector by far in the years to come. I would, of course, be biased to say that as well, but I think that's the truth. And I think India is really on its way to becoming the gaming nation of the world. We can talk more about it, why that's going to happen. So I think it's been a fantastic time last 2-3 years, but I really think we're just getting started.
Now, Nitish, also, since I know you personally, you're also my Facebook friend. I know your dad well, and I keep reading your posts. And couple of weeks, I can't figure out when you posted that when you were very young on one of your birthdays, your dad got you a specific keyboard and a PC, right? And that played a big role in your going down this path. While gaming is a hobby for a lot of gamers, and then becomes a profession, but a lot of gamers are now coming into gaming seeking it as a profession, So tell us some success stories from gaming, because the big growth in gaming will come from content that is developed for India by Indian companies. We are less than 5%, between 3 to 5% in terms of content from India on the App Store. So give us a sense of some other success stories, especially of gamers, because ultimately you cannot talk of gaming without the gamers. They are at the content, and the gamers are at the heart of the gaming ecosystem. So I'd love to hear some success stories that you've come across in your role as the founder of Nazara.
Sure. So I think two aspects, right? Gamers can be looked as people, let's say like myself, who started coding games at a very young age and then went on to set up a company, and the success of them and their gaming company, right? Which you've started seeing more and more happen in India. A couple of examples I would say is Kidopia, which is a company we invested in. Young founders, couple here based in Mumbai. Today it's the #1 app in the US for that segment of young kids. Tim Cook was here in India and actually tweeted about this app called Kidopia. Right, so you've started to see Indian game developers also go out and compete globally. There's another Bangalore company called Play Simple, which actually did a fantastic work on word games and actually sold the company for $300 million plus in less than 5 years of setting it up, right? Bangalore-based company. So you're starting to see these successful stories emanate of companies which are now attracting more and more talent, more and more entrepreneurs, as well as more and more equity capital. So I think that's been one success story. I think on the other side, you're starting to see gaming influencers become very popular, have millions of streamers, right? And a lot of the audience here would know about that. And I think they're making a lot of money and seeing a lot of success, a lot of adulation. We recently hosted DreamHack, which is a gaming festival in Hyderabad. And some of these gaming influencers came, and the crowd pull was so much, you actually had to bring in security to manage, right? So they're becoming celebrities, just like our Bollywood celebrities, etc. So I think there you're seeing that also happen from a consumer perspective. You're seeing esports tournaments becoming larger and larger. You're seeing esports teams come across, win larger prizes. So I think there's a lot happening there in this whole ecosystem.
So gaming is in some way a SaaS, gaming companies are moving towards the SaaS model, people pay to play games and so on and so forth. The other ecosystem is the advertising branding ecosystem with such sizable numbers. Mr. Karnik talked about it. I talked about it. Do you think the advertising, marketing, media ecosystem is leveraging gaming for its true power that it brings, the numbers it brings?
Honest answer, I don't think at all. I think there's been a experimentation. There's been a lot of new ideas that people want to try, etc. But I think for the level of attention that gaming gets, and even a gamer, right, when he's focused on gaming, he's not watching it passively. He's interacting. His attention is very much. And in today's world, as you know, getting somebody's attention even for a few minutes is very difficult. So I think a lot more can be done and will be done compared to what it is today.
So clearly Nitish is saying, and that's why Vineet, you're doing a corporate tournament for your clients, is giving them a glimpse. You can talk about it, but they interacting and, getting a first-hand knowledge will hopefully lead them to use the medium more. Nitish, you are at a place where while you're looking at what's happening now, you're also, because you're a listed company, you're also looking at the future. You've made some investments over the last 24 months. Give us a sense of where we are going. Give us some trends that may be very small right now, but as we move along will become bigger and bigger. And where is Nazara making its bet? I know you are a listed company, so you'll have to be careful about what you say and how you say it, but give us a broad vision of some trends that all of us can benefit from.
Look, I think from a gaming perspective, the times today are super exciting because you have so many big technology shifts happening, and that's going to transform the gaming experience. So 2, 3 that I can talk about is one is the whole Web3 world with blockchain and NFTs. While I know that 2 years back it was very fashionable to talk about it, and the last 2 years, given the way that world has got hammered, it's not fashionable anymore. But the reality is that there's a lot of disruption that's going to happen in gaming, because true digital ownership of in-game assets is going to be a game changer, right? So I think that's one big technological shift. I think the second is virtual reality, augmented reality. And I'm not saying it because Apple launched Vision Pro a couple of days back. I think we've been looking at VR at the horizon for at least a decade. Investors on my board were telling me to set up a VR studio 10 years back, or maybe even earlier. Luckily, I didn't. Otherwise, I would have bled a lot of money, because a lot of these technologies are at the horizon, but sometimes it takes much longer than you estimate for it to come. But especially in the last year or so, at least the sense I've been getting is that inflection point in VR is really coming, and VR will transform the gaming experience, because you're going to go from playing a game to being inside a game, right? And that really changes the whole experience. So I think VR is coming very fast, and of course now with Vision Pro coming, it's going to accelerate. Of course, I know it's very expensive right now, but that's fine. That technology, directionally where you're going. So I think VR, Web3, and of course now with AI, right? I think having these AI-driven characters inside your game that are going to live inside your game and talk to you just like a regular human being, right, is again going to engage players a lot more. So I think you have 3, 4 technologies coming together into this melting pot, which will completely disrupt what you think of gaming today versus what is going to be as early as, I would say, 3 years from now, not even 10 years from now. It's very exciting. It's also challenging for companies like ourselves, right? Because you have to be able to adapt and move very fast to those trends, while still keeping an eye on your quarterly numbers and revenues and profits. But it's exciting times.
Nitish, as I said, we as entrepreneurs we have to look at our lunch, but we also have to look at, what we'll eat next week, next year, so to say. Specifically, where is the Indian gaming ecosystem investing? Are we getting enough money for game development? Are we getting enough money for gaming startups? What's right? Are the valuations more palatable just now? And especially overall, in the last 6 years, 5 years, Indian entrepreneurs are dreaming big. They're dreaming global. In 1 or 2 cases, it may not have gone right, but in a lot of categories, it has gone right. And you talked to this Bangalore-based company, in which a friend of mine was the first investor, selling within 5 years. So clearly, Indian gaming companies have global potential. Give a sense of what are we doing right as an ecosystem, and what we are still not doing right as an ecosystem.
So India is a very peculiar market, right? It's a mobile-first gaming market. So the users over the last decade have been very hyper-casual in nature. So today, if you look, there's a big paradox. You have in the charts, if you look at Google Play charts or Apple charts, India is now ranking #1 in terms of downloads all over the world, right? In terms of
17, 18% of downloads.
yeah, but it doesn't rank in top 10 in monetization. So I think that's the paradox that you're trying to solve, and which is why you don't see enough super high quality or AAA games made specifically for Indian market, because economics usually do not support it. Now some companies are attempting that, and we'll see how it goes. That said, in India, the landscape is really monetized through skill-based real money gaming, as we call it. Whether it's fantasy sports through Dream 11 or poker or rummy, which are games of skill as regulated by courts of India. That's obviously gone through the roof in terms of billions of dollars of monetization. Traditional gaming models like freemium, IAP, subscription is still coming up. Advertising is one thing a lot of companies are making money in, but the eCPMs are very low, the fill rates are very low, and we need to find ways to make it better. So I think that's what's happening in the Indian gaming landscape per se. Esports is taking off pretty well. There's a lot of excitement around that. And then you have another set of companies building in India for the world, where the monetization opportunities are larger, but then the competition is also a lot more higher. So you have to choose the battle you're going to fight.
Absolutely. And you know, what will make sure that monetization is better? While we are 17%, 18% of the downloads, as you said, are what will enable this monetization to be better?
I think one is a natural progression of the market, which is in any case happening. What was the monetization 3 years or 5 years back to what it is today is significantly improved. And what will it be in the next 3-5 years will be much better, right? India will monetize gaming. There's no two things about it. Like I was saying earlier, it will be the largest revenue generator compared to Bollywood or Tollywood or whatever it is. So no doubt about that. Gaming is going to monetize. Perhaps higher quality content designed specifically for Indian market may help accelerate this monetization.
So, what I learned by interacting with game creators early this year was that there is a 3 to 4 year, 5 year gestation for gaming content, right? Now, is there a way to bring down this, cycle of producing content?
I mean, you see what's happened with generative AI, right? That in itself is one single way that would have accelerated the pace of deployment or execution of ideas to reality significantly. Because if you use these tools, which are also still developing, but if you use a lot of the tools that are available today for graphic creation, 3D creation, design, I think that in itself will accelerate time to market significantly.
Now, as happens in all content businesses, the Indian language content is a very important driver of growing the market. How are we doing in terms of the gaming ecosystem having Indian language content, or the gaming being in the language?
See, I again think Indian language is now an easy thing to do, and AI can do that also for you very easily, right? Replicate across the board. So just putting Indian content is not good enough. Getting the right nuances of what the Indian consumer is going to like, and India is not one country, it's many countries. So you have to build individually for these different worlds, is what's going to really make the difference.
What is with the strange names of gamers? I went to a gaming awards last year, and then the names were really, really interesting and crazy and really funny.
Look, I'm running this company for 23, 24 years. I come from a different generation, so I'm not in that generation to get those names. But yeah, I think that's
I found that
excites
to be a whole new world, so to say, and mostly young people, mostly less than 30. A lot of them between 30, 35 years, but mostly less than 30. My last question, if you had to pick up 3 trends that are relevant to the ecosystem that is represented in these rooms. We represent brands and businesses, and how gaming can be intertwined to be able to message to that large audience that is embracing gaming. What would be 2 or 3 things that we should keep in mind?
Yeah, no, I think you need to think of the 10-year-old today or the 12-year-old today. For him, the primary source of entertainment and the primary source of also interactive social experiences with his friends is gaming actually. His world revolves around gaming, whether it is playing games, whether it is watching games, whether it's chatting with his friends within the game, whether it's buying gaming merchandise, right? Whether it's following these esports players or these streamers. I think what I find is that this younger segment is growing up. Like when I was younger, uh, cricket was the biggest thing, right? It's still big. I mean, you see what's IPL is still big, but the younger kids, their primary interest is gaming. And I think that's a big cultural shift that is happening. And as these kids grow up, that's going to continue to be their primary source of entertainment and socializing. So I think making sure that you're not going to miss out a mega trend, if I were to call it, is very important.
I must also say that the next event E4M should do is to get these gamers in the room, because they are a different ball game altogether, as you know, and we've experienced. We have Nitish here. If you'd like to ask him a couple of questions, we could direct some questions to him. If you have a question, raise your hand. There seems to be no question, so I'll ask you. Nitish, you're a saxophone player. I know that's something that gives you happiness. Is there any similarity between playing a saxophone and running a gaming company?
For me, it's always about play, right? So you play a game, you play a saxophone. Yeah, but I think gaming when I was younger, now of course it's my business, so I don't know whether I can play games to de-stress, because it reminds me of my work also. But I can definitely play the saxophone to de-stress.
Absolutely. Which are the other gaming companies in India that you admire, or across the world? When you look at Nazara, is there a company, again, there are different companies in different buckets of the gaming ecosystem. And you're building a unique company because you invested in some of the players, Nodwin, you invested, of course, Kidopedia. And, they had applied for an award, and when they presented, I asked them, they told me the revenue. This was 2-3 years back. And I asked them again the question, how much is the revenue? And they again replied the same. And then they said India was less than 5-7% or less than 10%. It was a sizable number. I don't want to give it here. Maybe it's public. So which are the other companies that you admire, and why do you admire them? Because life is about coexistence. The more this domain grows, the more your company will also prosper.
No, of course, I won't name specific Indian companies. They're all my friends, and I don't want to take sides right now. But I think if I were to generalize it a bit, you're seeing a lot of young startups with a lot of enthusiastic entrepreneurs in the gaming space in India. And I was just referring to earlier that India is really, I strongly believe, becoming the gaming nation of the world. When I started this company in '99, when none of the what you have market existed as today, even then my dream was that India will become a very large gaming country, or in terms of the opportunity of gaming in India. I didn't realize that was too early, but today I'm actually seeing that happen. And I think over the next few years, we'll be surprised how important this becomes for our country. You're already seeing the government actually take a lot of positive steps towards supporting this industry. They set up the AVGC committee. The Ministry of IT is now very actively involved with Rajiv Chandrasekhar, taking a lot of interest in this space and doing a lot of foundation building, I would say. So I think lots happening, and hopefully you will have names to reckon with emerge globally from India in the next few years.
My last question before I let you go. As an entrepreneur, when you start something which is, you're a pioneer, you are a pioneer. You started in a different era when gaming was not being seen as mainstream. Today it is the fastest growing segment in the media and entertainment space. You take any report. What are your learnings as an entrepreneur that you may want to, people who run companies, people in the room are also entrepreneurs. I mean, when you run large businesses, what is your advice to professionals in this room to be able to do whatever they do well?
I think without sounding like I'm preaching, right, I think just 2 points. One is everyone in this room must start up something. I think India is really also the startup nation of the world now, getting to be there. And the kind of opportunities in starting up today, you have all the equity capital available, right from angel investors all the way. There's a lot of money available. So I think if anyone has the entrepreneurial bug, this is the best time to start. Of course, nothing is, success is not guaranteed, but you can't get a better time than today to get started on something, whether gaming or anything else, right? And from my experience, if I were to distill all my years of 20 years of ups and downs in running my business, I think the only thing I've learned is very simple, that positive intent backed by positive effort at all times, right, is what eventually will make you successful and keep you going.
Thank you for saying that. Sounds very simple in times of adversity, in times when you're not doing well. To keep your head down and to do that is not easy. Being an entrepreneur, I can say that. But that's the best thing you said. Even in large organizations, when you start new projects, new ideas, you have to be very entrepreneurial. So having the positive intent, believing in the idea, and putting your energy in making it happen is really what builds something special. So give Mr. Mitra Sen a big round of applause. He's a pioneer in the gaming space and has done a successful IPO, and his stock price remains strong. I want to say that, unlike a lot of IPOs where the stock price is really melted, if I may use that word. I think that tells you that the fundamentals of the company are strong, and they continue to stay ahead by making the right choices in the marketplace of investing in companies that really add to the portfolio they have. So all the best, Nitish. You're a poster boy for us in the gaming domain. I'm sure you and your company will continue to grow, and hopefully more and more brands will utilize gaming because of what you do and what all the ecosystem players are doing. Give Nitish a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nitish sir. And Dr. Batra, we request you for a quick photo op right here. And may I request Dr. Batra to present a memento on behalf of the entire team. Can you have a huge round of applause, everybody, for Dr. Batra and Mr. Nitish Mitra Sen. Well, that was a fire start to the event. And yes, may I also mention that I always believe in this one line which says, out of mind is out of sight. You have to keep yourself abreast of all the latest developments. So please subscribe to our Business World Group magazines. It'll add to your professional quest for knowledge and your insights. There are some really exciting offers on the annual subscription of BW Business World Group magazines, and you can connect with Mr. Gorakh Sanap at the registration counter for any more details. Ladies and gentlemen, now comes a really exciting, the first panel discussion of the day. And this is about gaming, obviously. Gaming has been on the rise for years with an estimated 215 million people playing games regularly. The pandemic also accelerated growth of this live streaming category. This dramatic arc and widening popularity amongst young consumers has made the special ripe for brands. This panel now will talk about how brands are leveraging online gaming and esports. So let's welcome our esteemed panelists, starting off with Lalita Nayak, in charge for marketing at NPCI. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody. Also joining in will be Shrishti Giri, Regional Marketing Head, South Monster Energy. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. Joining in, our next panelist is Suyash Dongre, Head of Digital Marketing, VIP. Let's welcome Suyash with a huge round of applause. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. There are esteemed panelists joining in. Also joining in is the Vice President for Sales, India and Emerging Market, Pocket Anymind Group. It is Piyush Chaparwal. Let's welcome Piyush with a huge round of applause. And joining in is our next panelist, Mr. Anirudh Nagpal, CEO, Ebullient Gaming India. Let's welcome Anirudh with a huge round of applause, everybody. And our session chair, the moderator for this panel discussion is Mr. Sameer Pitalwala, Head of Gaming, APAC, Google Cloud. Let's welcome Sameer with a huge round of applause. The panel and the panelists joining in. Over to you, Sameer.
Hello. Yeah, this is working now. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to all the panelists for being here today. Probably a quick sort of introduction would be great in terms of what you all are doing currently at your individual sort of companies and what's keeping you excited. So, Lalita, you've had we'll start with you first. You've had an excellent campaign which has, caught everyone's attention, and obviously you are the payment rails where all these transactions. So it's a good sort of macroeconomic view of what's happening in gaming can come through you. What are you currently seeing when it comes to the overall gaming ecosystem and its contribution to sort of what you're seeing as building RuPay's brand with? Would be great to start with that.
Okay. Hey, thanks for the bit about the ads. Yes, the team did do a good job, and thankfully it has worked. These are hits and misses. This time it was one hit. As National Payment Corporation of India, we have two sort of dual relationship with the gaming community. One is, of course, that the transactions that happen via gaming, both core gaming and non-core gaming, reflect onto our systems via UPI as well as via RuPay as brands and products, and of course other stuff. As RuPay brand RuPay has been looking to, we position ourselves as cool, sporty, contemporary, modern looking, and therefore for us sports is an inevitable space that we have tried to occupy as a brand, one of the top BFSI brands that actually works on sports. Naturally, gaming and esports is the next step for us because we believe that esports is sort of an extension of sports. Today, a large portion of media that exists is divided into entertainment and sports, and within sports, it's now getting steadily towards the esports and the gaming portion. So for us, that is the next place that we're looking to explore. We have done some trial and error this year in the gaming, esports, metaverse / etc. space. We are still exploring, we are learning, we are developing. Hopefully, we'll be taking some steps soon.
Right. So, there are two parts to this, right? There's the overall sort of a way to access gamers through being part of the esports community, and then there is the in-game worlds, which are being developed as branded experiences, whether it's inside of your Minecrafts and Roblox. And you did something with Roblox recently.
That's right. What we did is we created a metaverse because we were IPL sponsors. What we did is that we created a metaverse in Roblox, where we developed a cricket game where people could come on, play the game, win awards, win vouchers, engage with them. And it was actually quite an experience that we had. We had a lot of learning curve. We're trying to expand that into larger metaverses because we would like to move out of that closed door community and perhaps do a lot more there. So our experience has been, there's of course a learning curve for a brand that I believe that as gaming is a completely different community versus the other community, other stuff that you do as a brand. Well, it's easier to perhaps predict OTT, television. Gaming has its own slower curve, its own celebrities, it has its own set of people that you have to carefully take a step. It's a completely different strategy that you're looking at.
Yeah, and speaking of that, great segue into Suyash, who's using those insights to create a whole new line of bags. You're creating a new line of luggage focused on gamers. So tell us a little bit about how did that come about and what insights led you to that?
See, we all know VIP as first brand we see when we want to carry something. So we saw this whole community growing, and for us, Skybags is a brand which addresses to the youth, to the youngest possible generation with dispensable income. So when we got the insight that they are into gaming and they're passionate about it and they want to make a career out of it, we had to ensure that whatever accessories they have, they fit in a backpack and they can carry it with themselves. So what we did was, we took one of the stalwarts in the gaming community and we said, tell us what are your needs, and we would want to know how we can design something for people who want to carry. They just don't want to fit in to the backpacks, luggages that they have right now, and make something very specific, very customized for them. And that started our journey. And today we are building something which can cater to around 60-70 million of these gamers in India who always struggle with something, how to carry a particular accessory, how to carry their laptops, which are high-end, how to cushion them well. So yeah, this range is probably coming around August, September time, and we have great plans for it. So our association with gaming has come out of need to provide for the community rather than choosing them as a cohort in a marketing plan. So that's how we are treating gaming as.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think the running theme will always be about how gaming on the consumer side is probably far bigger than, and it's under-indexed on the AdX side. So to that, Piyush, Pocket's been around for many years, providing solutions for folks to advertise with casual games. How have you seen that change now? Do you think it's become sort of, from a niche, it's become more mainstream? And any comments on the size of it to educate marketeers about what trick they're missing?
Yeah, hi. I think the change, the shift which has happened post-COVID in last 3 years, as you said, niche has become mainstream. The numbers are talking, and numbers at our server, we get up close to around 280 million since last 2 months in a monthly number, which is 20% of India's population. That's reflecting more on the casual game side of it, what we cater to consumer brands, and wherein they take their message to reach out to using the vehicles which are available in the casual gaming ecosystem. And this is also growing fast, along with what a hardcore game ecosystem is also growing. So the media consumption habits, we also perceive it has changed a lot. We've been hearing from CPG brands, wherein they internally have done a lot of research and insights in their teams that there are cord cutters which are shifting from television, from linear television to gaming also, and OTT platform also, which is directly landing on digital, wherein there is no more. I could see in my vicinity also, none of my cousins are on television. Like there are about 13 cousins I have. Nobody is on reviewing anything of Tata Sky or. So, hello. So that is a major shift which has happened. I see, though I am hooked up to television still, but my kids 17 and 13, both, none of them are on television. Either they stream or they play. These are the two activity on any screen. That's how the major shift has happened, and though the supply, the reach is among us, but the brands also need to embrace in terms of so that the mainstream can be utilized and they become early adopters, and then they can leverage more out of it.
So before we get to Shrishti, I would love to talk to you, Anirudh, about this, because you've been around for 7 odd years now, and you must have seen it's gone from endemic brands like your mobile phones and PC hardware and OEM manufacturers to non-endemic brands. Are you seeing that growing now? Is it becoming acceptable, especially when it comes to esports? Is it big enough as the category now that you're seeing traditional advertisers reach out for this?
Yes, gaming is a very wide and very established media right now, right? It is now very much becoming like cricket in India, where acceptability for content is very diverse. So it is able to promote and also get to the brands and also to an audience which is able to consume a lot of products in terms of FMCGs as well, in terms of travel now. For example, VIP is getting into it, Mercedes is getting into it, MG is getting into it. And these are not endemic brands which are out there, right? Previously, we used to see that there was AMD, Microsoft, all the endemic brands which are coming in. But right now, people are seeing that the consumer basically who was out there watching a different kind of media before, watching television now it has moved on to gaming, and it is moving in very quickly right now. And it provides a range of audience which starts from an 8-year-old which goes to 35, 40 odd, right? And all these people who are out there are spending approximately 3 to 4 hours on gaming, which makes gaming an alternate media for every brand to get their eyes on. And also it is a particular sport which has a range of people who are also having a range of spending power as well. When I say spending power, I'm talking about people who can buy a 1 lakh rupee phone to a particular product which can be as cheap as a 17 rupee fingertip glove, which allows you to game better on phone, right? So that is the kind of range that gaming basically offers and has space for every brand, every consumer. And I think that is a media which is one of the greatest, I would say that it is one of the times wherein India is observing a great media transformation, wherein gaming, tech, and lifestyle is coming together.
You know, Shrishti, you seem to be somebody who's been born digital with their strategy, right? You've kind of, in many ways, you're not somebody who needs to be converted. It seems like it's a core pillar to what you guys are doing at Monster. When you looked at differentiating your brand from others in the same space, what made you want to look at gaming and especially esports within gaming? I think gaming is a really broad term, but within gaming, esports, what made you want to kind of look at that as your core pillar?
So, thank you for your question, Sameer. So, globally, Monster, what we do is we have various pillars that we actually look at for our brand. And that ranges from gaming to motorsports to music, dance, everything. And that's all going to be region-specific and country-specific. But there was a team globally who sat, researched what is that one common pillar which is going to be running throughout all the countries. And I think that was when gaming actually won the bet. Because, and even in India, we see, especially after the pandemic, the kind of transition that has happened to gaming and with everything becoming so cheap, like the smartphones, free internet. So that is when we decided that gaming is going to be the core pillar for us in India specifically, especially because of how people have now moved on into that smartphone segment because everything is so cheap and the free internet service as well.
And one of the things is going to ask is when you look at the broad category of gaming and you're thinking about, and this is to anybody on the panel, there's a bunch of verticals. There's obviously esports, then there's influencers, then there is just inventory buys on video, then there's in-game worlds where you can actually create these worlds inside of these. How are you all thinking about the mix? Because otherwise it's just like very sort of 30,000 feet at gaming, right? When you look at each one of these verticals, is it developed enough as a market that you're thinking of each one of these as a mix? Or you're just saying broadly, here's my spends, out of them this much is gaming, and within gaming, esports is dominant, so that's what we're going to put money in. Yeah. Are you all thinking with more texture around this? Is it evolved enough right now for you all to think about it?
I can take that, So I feel that it totally depends on the kind of consumer, again, that you're targeting. For example, at first, gaming is content creation, right? You are creating content in different kind of segments. Be it esports, it has tournaments and it has a skill level content that is out there on a POV level and also on a tournament level. Then there are casual games which allows you to be, which allows a particular brand to be inside a game and promote itself in a very diverse kind of audience. And then there are segments to it which are probably games in which you can promote your brand inside also. For example, there's this game which is very popular amongst kids, which is a Chota Beam game, in which a Chota Beam basically has to run like a temple run, right? So for people who are playing that particular game, they're very young. So how you can promote a product is by placing a Parle G inside it, right? So instead of coins, you are basically going ahead and and collecting Parle G biscuits. That's for younger people, right? And then moving forward from that particular aspect, moving to a game which is Battle Royale, when you have to energize yourself, you can have a drink like Monster in it, right? So that comes as a second part to it. And that comes in a part wherein it is a very rush game. It's an esports-centric game, right? So you have to have that kind of energy levels to play that game, and hence Monster can see itself inside the game. And then if you look at casual gaming, an era wherein you are just going ahead and simply playing out and chilling right now. So you have IPs like Spider-Man, which comes into play, where you can have a game which is totally IP based in terms of you see a movie character out there and you can live with it also inside the game. or you can also go ahead and drive a car in the game as well.
So Lalit and Shreyash, when you're looking at sort of which titles to go after, are there any ones which come to mind, ones which may have been banned or returned, and ones which have been around for a while? So do you all pick and choose between, to Anirudh's point, there's a gradient, right? There's hyper casual, casual, mid-core, AA, AAA. Then there's another vector which is PC, mobile, console, and then there is cross-play. So when you are thinking this through, when you go through all the filters, which ones are part of your strategic plan?
So, just like he said, it depends upon not just the target segmentation that you're looking after. It is also where your brand is standing at that point of time.
And as RuPay, where do you see it for this year?
Exactly. So to answer that question is actually very tough, because for me, it's a very complex layer I have to navigate. Do I have to do surround content? Do I need to go after influencers? Do I need to do in-game branding? Because in-game branding is a long game. It's a very long game. Am I looking at doing esports, which is touch and go? Or am I looking at creating, so basically this needs a 5-year strategy. It's not something that can happen over a period of time. Even 5 years may be less, but because you're going to start building for some place, for a brand like RuPay, I have to establish my brand first there, right? So for me, it's a very complex answer, which I haven't actually thought through completely. We are learning and going about it, but we do know that when you talk about RuPay, we're talking about credit cards, debit cards, payment systems. Now in that, if I have to go after a target segment, my age group that I'm looking at is only a particular above an age. The current gaming segment starts at 8 years of age, and my segment actually begins much after 20. In the gaming world, if you're above 20, you're considered the older gamers. And in my world, they're new to credit, new to banking, new to payment systems. So it's a little bit of a balance which we are trying to figure out, because we can't go after a 13-year-old for obvious reasons. But then they have parents who pay for that. So all of those answers we have to figure out.
And Suyash, you're interesting because you're also designing products and also marketing to these same. So what is your view on the list?
So just to give you a fair idea of our category, we are just 12% penetration in India. So for us, using any of these mediums, cohorts to advertise or to create awareness is the primary goal. The mix is such that we want to reach out with particular set of products to a particular cohort, and we are designing for them. So if you ask me if I want to do a long-term equity association with any game, I wouldn't think so, because this generation changes its trends as soon as a quarter ends. And that's how we also have to be agile, nimble with our designs and their requirements. So we primarily look at gaming as a design solution to pick up insights of the gaming community and then market them products just to increase awareness that we are here to offer what they want to relate to. Because today Gen Z wants to carry something, a bag for them is an accessory, and they want to use it as a part of their character build, a personality that they carry. So if I tomorrow release a Spider-Man series for somebody who plays Valorant, it will be totally not sync it with them. So we have to be very nimble and agile with what the community wants, and we advertise to them, and our involvement that wanes off as soon as the trend changes.
Yeah. And it would be amiss, given that there's been a big announcement 2-3 days ago with a new computing platform now launching, and the topic is, how do you see this next wave of media consumption beyond the obvious things that it's too expensive and it'll take a while? What do you generally think about when it comes to your thinking about these new form factors and how you think these will be adopted? It's a while away for it to launch, but just a little bit of future gazing before we open it up to the audience to ask questions.
So it's again, for us, it's a wait. As you said, it's a wait and watch. We are a product company, and we pick insights from the consumers. If you ask me, these platforms, these technologies, more will come through. And it will consolidate into something which will give us an insight of saying that we have to start building products which will be in sync. Like today we don't do mixed reality, or we don't do artificial reality, augmented reality for that matter. The thing is that we are in a wait and watch game when these things will be scalable and people will look at a product and would want to have an experience in that. So it's too early for a product company to make a judgment on that. But yeah.
Yeah, but think of it as, now that this is something, are you all beginning to experiment or thinking about experimenting with the more here and now things like augmented reality filters, just to get warmed up with, playing around with these mediums as marketeers and seeing what it means to do that? And Lalita, that's for you, and Shrishti, it will be great to hear your thoughts as well.
So, National Payment Corporation of India is a tech-first firm. Technology excites us, literally. So anything that we can do in that space connects inevitably with our ethos. Just there, we're just hoping, waiting, watching the tech scene all the time. What you said about, the entire AR, VR scene, we're watching it, and like you said, the first reaction was it's too expensive. However, the adaptation and adoption towards it may grow inevitably, and we see that AI is something that we are waiting, watching, we are trying to understand it again. It is a far more evolved space than, if I may say, the gaming community in India, for the simpler reason that in India, the acceptance towards AI may be far higher. But we are also waiting and watching. But technology-wise, it could be an alternative that we are also exploring in the various output, as an output device, which we are using for even marketing.
Shrishti, what's your view?
So AI, not currently for us in India, but that's again because
And AR? Anything you
AR and VR also is something that we are, we've started discussions about and everything, but that's not something that we are going to focus on this year itself. We may over a period of time, and like Lalita mentioned, that it is something that is not just very expensive, but that's something that people in India also need to start adopting. So we need to take a very, we need to think about it properly and then take a call as to how we want to go about it. And so instead of that, the things that you were talking about, the different verticals like onboarding brand ambassadors or doing in-stream brandings, those are the things that we are actually looking at doing, because that's something that will be easily adopted in India specifically.
So Lalita kindly avoided that question, but I'm going to ask all of you. Which games are you excited to partner with going forward in this year in order to be associated with communities that you want to work with? Do you have any picks and choices which you think are going to be ascendant?
Team Soul.
Sorry?
Team Soul.
Got it. And
I mean, they are our core people, so
yeah.
that's something.
And
that we
I'm
really
assuming you
focus
have to be agnostic, but in terms of just as a business owner, which ones do you think are going to grow well?
Teams you're asking? Like,
Teams and games. Which games do you think are going to be ones which are ascendant over
so
this?
it is very evident that PGMI is on a roll right now.
Yeah.
Right? What we have also seen is that gaming has also kind of adapted its way when the game was not there. So it was doing fairly well when the game BGMI was not there, it was Valorant which was prevailing.
Yeah. And the GTAs and others.
Yeah, GTA was also one of the games which
Your
was
top
basically
three would
rolling.
be?
So yeah, so if I have to talk about PC, right, it would be Valo,
Yeah.
GTA, right, and all the casual games as well. They're also very nice. And then if I talk about the mobile games, right, I would say I would count my bets on Ludo also, right?
Yeah.
Very popular, very nice, very interactive as well. But if I talk about viewership and consumption of that particular game, then it would be BGMI and Free Fire, of course.
And Piyush, your inventory view of the world would be? Which ones do you think are going to?
I think so.
Upside.
We are not obsessed with this particular game. We've been serving ads in every other game.
Got
So by and large, any title you name it, a little bit of hardcore keep moving away from advertising because they have an app purchase model. They keep running tournaments. So that time they remove the ads. But 90% of the ads are running on all the games. And Ludo King is one title which has been there consistently in the top 10 since last 2.5 years during COVID. The popular games for the brand's demand, Candy Crush, Temple Run, Subway Surfer, they go by the name, they see that much of consumption. Each individual game is having I think 40 to 50 million per month consumption. So that's the game they look for. And then ultimately it's the audience targeting what we look for. We don't go by
Yeah.
selling in terms of
more
a
about the
particular game
inventory.
specific as a title. Audience targeting, and then you have the various other filters on affinity and all which you can look for. So that's the approach. The brands are also now embracing it. We've been also pitching that way. And that's
And Sriyash, what are you thinking when you're designing your next line of products, when you're picking up influencers to co-design this with? Which games are you thinking of?
So for the current range, we are looking at BGMI and Valorant because those are the accessories that they carry, and that's why they would need our bags. But having said that, we are designing for smaller accessories also. So we are gonna do smaller carry cases and much more. So I would say any game for that matter works for us. But I'm very bullish on BGMI coming back. It will get a wave of new age gamers who haven't seen it for a while and adopting gaming very now. So that's BGMI is one I'm looking forward to.
Lalita, would you want to add any color to this? Now that
So, depending upon the genre of the game we are going after, if it is FPS, we will probably choose the top ones there, which is obvious from the download list that you see. Same goes for strategy games. If it would probably be Dota or Clash Royale or Clash of Clans or something like that. Depending upon the segment, the genre that we are going at, we'll probably invest in it. But it again, like he mentioned, like Piyush mentioned, that the problem with core gaming is ad blockers and all of those things that come into play. So inevitably the strategy changes. But we personally, I would have a favorite game, but when it comes to company level, we are not so discriminative, if I may say that.
I want to ask you which one it is. Let's open it up for questions from the audience if there are any. Are there any? Yeah, we have somebody there.
Hi, this is. Hi, my name is Pankaj. I represent the QU Media. We have just entered into the gaming sector just a couple of months back. Pankaj Rai, this is from QU Media. We have just entered into the gaming segment a couple of months back. And my question is to Piyush that where do you see, the gaming ecosystem in terms of the advertising and the revenue, that in the next 3 years, what should be the, pie of an advertising through gaming in the entire digital ecosystem? And how, how this is going to be, I will say, how it is going to be phased out in front of the overall edX if we compare it from the television media, because what is happening is right now, people talk about a lot that, I see in my surroundings, environment, people are consuming more of games and less of televisions. Obviously, I come from a television background. I know that what is happening over there also, and we have entered into the gaming segment, so I know what is happening over here also. Where do you see in the next 3 years that this is the estimated numbers which should be the, advertising pie in the overall, digital ecosystem from the gaming segment?
Hello. Yeah. So roughly from the digital edX, what the last reports had come out, close to around 40,000 crore is what the digital edX in India is. It's also hovering, surpassing the television number, I believe, this year, what is being aiming to. The gaming is almost contributing 15% out of it as of now. What we, from our understanding and the reports which has been reflecting, the pie should go in the next 2 to 4 years, what you said, it should cross easily 25% of that. With the way the casual gamers numbers and the hardcore gamers numbers are growing, and when the brands are also embracing it pretty well, I really see this will cross 25% in the next 2 to 4 years.
Cool. Any other questions?
Actually, Samir, I want you to answer that as well. What do you estimate
I
as?
think 300 to 400 million is the TAM in terms of advertising. Overall, it's a $3 billion market. 2 billion is coming from RMG. 1 billion is from in-app purchases. And the rest is about 300 to 400 million, I would say, is 1.8 is RMG, 200, 300 million is what I would say is currently growing at about 30% CAGR. So 300 to 400 million growing at 30 to 40% CAGR is the programmatic advertising market in terms of in-game ads. Okay, any other questions? All right, great. Thank you everyone for your time. Oh, there's one.
Hi, my name is Architect Pallavi. I am a founder of The Digital Pod, which is a marketing and innovation company across globe. My question here is, because we have so many gaming, it's in a gaming industry, so many people are coming up. There are ads which are going to run on these gaming platforms. So what is the challenge when it comes to the gaming industry, and what is the challenge as an advertiser on gaming platform? Because this challenge is going to be there when you have so many players to bring a competitive advantage. So how you bring that competitive advantage when we have so many gaming platforms, and even it is going to be used by so many people for advertisements?
Anyone wants to take that?
I think that you should just email anirudh@evergreengaming.com. That will solve everything for you. So, you know, that is what we basically do. We help brands to invest money in the right directions in the gaming ecosystem because it is very diverse as we are discussing, right? So it is filled with casual space, esports, then semi-casual, then AAA titles and everything. And it has different IPs and different type of contents as well, right? So to understand that fully, I think you should definitely get into the space, also learn about it yourself as well, and also hire an expert to help you with that. And with the previous experiences, I think that anybody, any brand which is out there who is wants to place themselves, like VIP is doing right now, they are riding the wave of the gaming ecosystem and the viewership right now. And what they're basically trying to do is that you have to be very specific in terms of what kind of product is a market fit for you, and then target the right kind of audience that particular game has to offer. And that is a simple statement, and then there are top complexities that an agency can help you with.
And if you want programmatic solutions, you can get in touch with Piyush. All right. Thank you everyone for taking up the time, and thank you for being such great listeners. Cheers, over to you.
Yeah, can you have a huge round of applause for the first panel discussion of the day? May I request the team to stand in for a quick photo op? And may I also request Mr. Srikanth Rayaprolu, co-founder and CEO of Ad Scholars, to join us and present a memento on behalf of the entire team. Zordar Talia ho jaye. This is the first panel discussion of the day, and we value all your thoughts, your opinions, and the humor as well that comes along. We'd love to present a memento on behalf of the team as well. I'd, in the meantime, request our session chair to do the honors. Sami sir, if you could present. He's right here with us. A round of applause, everybody. And a quick photo op back again with the team. A round of applause, everybody. The first panel discussion of the day. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and our esteemed panelists. Well, that sums up the first panel discussion, but wait, there's something really exciting about to happen. Yes, the tournament is going to happen, and make sure you download Asphalt 9 Legends, the game, onto your mobile. From Play Store, from App Store, wherever possible. Make sure you download the game for the tournament. We're going to play it right here after the next session. I assure you it's going to be fun. Also, there are going to be quite a few influencers that are going to join us in the second half also. There's Dynamo Gaming. He's going to conduct a masterclass, so that's going to happen in some time from now. And yes, well, what do we have here? We've got a QR code on your desk, on your respective desks. So you can scan the QR and Pocket brings you that amazing game that you can play. The leaderboard is visible outside on the screen. You can play the game and win those exciting prizes that I promise you. So non-stop gaming happening right here at the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's time to move ahead to our first spotlight session, which is the winning move on how First Games can amplify your branding campaign. And for the spotlight session, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage Deputy General Manager Paytm Ads, Piara Singh Gambhir. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
All right, good morning, everyone. Do we have people who like winning here? Raise your hands. Almost all of us do, right? But do you know a person who likes winning more than you? A friend? Somebody in family? People who get really aggressive about winning? Yes? Have you ever got into a game where you felt, this is not me, I got really aggressive, I went too much into competitiveness? Did that happen? Now, why I'm saying all this is because we all love to win. That is common across all game players, all people, anything that we do in life, right? But then there is intensity of winning and want to win. And that's what brings me to the kind of people that, the gamers that we have, about 300 million plus gamers in India. How are they charted across their motivation to play that game? The amount of time that they invest into that game? Are they willing to pay for that game, right? Nitish mentioned earlier in the day that, the monetization does not happen and people do not pay so much in India right now. Why is that? Because a large amount of people are doing casual gaming. They come there and, sort of to fill up the time, they'll open up the app, play for some time, get off it. The willingness to pay is very, very poor. Then there'll be some people who'll be lapsed gamers. They love to take breaks. They're busy through the day. They want to, have that spirit of competitiveness, and they're willing to pay slightly higher on that game, but do not invest so much of time. Then there are diehard gamers, and I think the whole day today we've been talking about the diehard gamers, people who are really into gaming. There's cult followership for those people. There's esports streaming happening for those people, and the willingness to pay is way higher. They'll buy everything, anything branded, anything skin in the game or any new features which is there. They'll start paying for that. Then there are community gamers, people who like to play board games with family, social time, connect, right? And they're slightly more mature. They are not so competitive, but they like bonding mostly, and they'll go into that game to play with their friends and family in the social network. And yes, because they're upwardly mobile, they'll also spend a little to pay for the premium features. But then there is also a genre which is probably the biggest genre in the Indian ecosystem right now, which is bougie gamer. Now, I don't see a lot of Gen Z sitting here. How many people know what bougie means? Raise your hand. I thought so. This is not Bauji from DDLJ. This is bougie, which means upwardly mobile, people who love extravagant lifestyle, people who like the thrill, the competitiveness, but also they like the money. They like the color of money there, right? And that is the audience that goes into playing RMG, games. Now, talking about RMG, First Games is an RMG which falls under Paytm Ads ecosystem. What we've seen happening on our platform, on First Games, is that these people are 20 to 40 years old. They are business owners, self-employed, and have got heavy spending powers. They spend about 4 minutes average on a game. It could be a challenge. It could be, a poker hand. It could be, they'll come in, they'll play for about average 4 minutes, they'll get out, right? They play about 35 plus games every month, which are paid games, wherein they'll stake their money. There are about 300K users per day who are coming in to play games on First Games. 2.5 million monthly active users. Average stake on a user level is 20,000 rupees per month. Can you imagine that? Right? No other game sees a user which has that kind of spending capacity or money in the pocket. We've got about 80 million plus games played every month, and about 40 minutes average time, per day per user. Now I want you to look at these numbers because there is something about these numbers which should make you think, yaar, ye kaise ho raha hai? Right? It's not matching up. And I'll answer that in a bit. You might want to look at it again and figure out, yaar, yahan pe gadbad hai ye. It's not matching up. Moving on, these users have 35%. So we did an analysis, right? Because the deterministic signals that Paytm Ads ecosystem is able to pick across our ecosystem for our users, we're able to say very deterministically, not probabilistically, कि खेलता है अच्छा करता होगा या ठीक होगा. We know that this person transacts. We know that this person does this. And we were able to find out that people who play RMG in the same month, within the first 30 days, 35% of them make transactions across shopping outlets, or offline or online. About 30% of people order food or purchase food over the counters or restaurants in the same month itself. We've got about 16% people who book tickets within the same month, and this goes on up till third and fourth month, M1, M2, M3. It's a very high, solid ratio that keeps going. We've got about 8% people who spend on wellness. Clearly, gamers not spending too much on wellness. We've got about 7% people who spend on beauty products or direct fashion outlets, and about 2% people who book movies tickets, which is very low. Clearly, a trend that was been shown that the gamers or this generation, it's moving away from media in its traditional sense and spending more and more time on gaming. Now, talking about spending more time, I'd asked you that those numbers were not matching up, right? Anybody who was able to figure that out? No. So if you go back, you'll see, I'm sorry for this, here. 4 minutes average game time, 35 games per month, but 40 minutes per day. What are they doing? 40 minutes. Right? They're not playing as many games. That is a user behavior that we've seen when a person comes on to play. They are not only staking money and playing and winning or losing, but they're also checking their credits, checking how much balance they've got in their wallets, seeing if there are any other options to win some credits or bonus points that they can again stake back so that they don't have to put the money back, right? So these users spend a lot of time exploring the lobbies and the app across even when they're not playing, right? So this was the interesting bit that came out. Now, what do we make sense of it? Yes, please.
₹50,000 a month per user. That also looks absolutely outlier.
It is an average of all 2.5 million users making transactions. And if you divide that by the total waging and the staking that happens on the platform, that's the average that we've given.
Seems surprising.
It is pretty high. It is quite high. Moving on. So now what do you do with these users who are so intensely engaged on this app, right? Because there's this money, right? You're playing a game of cards, without the money, and with the money, your intensity and your attention to the game is very different, right? You all remember Diwali Pe, if you're playing, right? You played in a train without money, doesn't it's not so intense. But when there's money on the table, you get all involved, right? So these users are there on the app, talking, thinking about money, are upwardly mobile, extravagant, opulent. How do you captivate their attention? And First Games is one of the only RMG games which has come up with these innovative solutions where we allow brands to come and advertise around the game, of course, which is the simple tool available at multiple places. You could have the lobby backgrounds branded through the skins. You could have branded games. You could have product placements right at the lobby around the game when they're not playing. And this is a place where they spend a lot of time figuring out what stake do they want to play, do they have enough balance or not, right? You could use the ATF, BTF banners. You could use splash screens depending on the kind of campaign that you have. Then we've got in-game immersive experiences that you can do. At the time when that user is spending so much time playing cards, right? And it's a social game. You've got more people on the table. You could send products, for a cheers or a tease to the other user who's either lost from you or won from you. You could have a branded game of the whole deck of cards, the skin around. You would make a person feel that they're sitting in Maldives and sipping onto your beverage, right? There itself in the game. More options in game could be your sponsoring the tournaments which are there. You could have the bonus points and claims that come up that the user actively is looking for can be branded through your brand. You could have your own jackpot slot machines with your branded prizes or your branded icons there itself, and the user actually gets actual rewards that they can go back and stake and play more games with, right? Then you've got immersive experience where I think Anirudh was just telling recently that you could have Parle G instead of the coins. You could actually have points or scores or winnables of your product within the game, which could be a game of skill or knowledge. And we could actually transfer that credit to that user to go and play more games and get that benefit through your brand. Now, we also thought of some more innovative solutions because, is that it? Is only showing your brand enough? We went a step ahead. And because of the Paytm Ads ecosystem, we understand that people love rewards, right? We introduced another innovation, which is scratch cards. You must have seen across all payment apps, you receive the claim coupons and scratch cards. You could have your own scratch card given to these users at different milestones. Or at a different event in the game, around the game, wherever that you like, can be triggered. And you can have a seamless redemption point where a user gets that voucher. The voucher sits in their wallet for about a month or 15 days or a week, and let that user click on it and claim that reward or offer on your own website, right? This is the only tool that allows in an RMG to draw a user outside from the app, right? Then we've got video solutions where this is, for a presentation, we've built this where a user, when they're searching through the lobby what to play, there is a video widget that could pop up and give, great attention to your brand campaign or a video. I'll just play quickly. Sec. The video do not play here. There's a video here. Anyway, so this particular mobile screen, when a user is actually driving through the lobby, they're looking for more games, this widget flies out, and this whole video, the screen that you see, Saving the World again after lunch, this is for Red Bull. There's a CTA no more that can drive the user out of the app again because they're not playing the game. They're just scrolling through, and you can have those moment sort of messaging there within the app. Talking about Paytm Ads, First Game is one part of the ecosystem. We've got about 350 million plus users across the Paytm Ads ecosystem here, across First Games, the payments, movies, health. We've got Paytm Insider. We're one of the largest ticketing partners and top events. All that is integrated under one umbrella of Paytm Ads, and we can help you and your brands benefit and leverage this ecosystem from various touch points, start and end your user journeys and targeting journeys across this ecosystem. I've got my team here, Vikram and Deepshri, available in the room. If you want to talk to them, please reach out to them and get to know more about it. That's about it. Thank you.
I think that calls for a thunderous round of applause. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, because quite a few new terms that I learned today. How do you pronounce that? It's bougie, the little French to it. Bougie gamer. Well, I'd request National Director, Group M ESP, Mr. Shubhamoy Das, to join us on stage and present a memento on behalf of the team to Pyara Singh Gambhir. A round of applause, everybody, as we welcome him on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. And what an interesting in-depth session that we had just now. Quite crisp, but now, like I promised you, it's time for that tournament. Yes, this is where it gets really exciting. E4M, Group M ESP, game on. Well, time for the tournament. And the game that you need to download or that you've downloaded is Asphalt 9 Legends. Now, how many people have downloaded the game? If you could just raise your hands so that our console, our team back there knows it. I just need those hands up in the air. Feel free to raise your hands so that we can get them on board. And if you've not downloaded, this is your time. Make sure you start downloading so that we can add it. The second tournament is also going to happen, so I'm going to make sure. Okay, so we're going to save that for later. The tournament, कहते ना कि excitement बढ़ाते तो मजा आता है. So make sure you download Asphalt 9 Legends. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our Okay, so I'm going to do my own gaming in a very interesting way, all right? This is what I used to do on radio. This is called the memory game. I know everybody's from the gaming industry. This is an interesting mind game that I used to play on radio, which is a group of 7 different objects, okay? All you have to do is remember those 7 objects and give them back to me. It's as simple as that, okay? So I'm going to randomly make a note of 7 different objects. I'm going to read it out loud and clear, and the participant has to just give it back to me. All 7 of them, and as far as possible, if you want to give out 5, 6, 7, well, let's check your memory skills. So quickly penning this down, I'm going to make sure random objects. Okay, this is how it goes. And here we go. 2 more, okay. You're going to love this, okay. Let's randomly go to any of these tables and let's see who's going to take it up. I have a few friends. I'm from a radio background. I'm ex-Red FM, Radio 1 and Radio City. I see a gentleman from Radio City right here, okay. So for the team, can you introduce yourself and where do you hail from now?
Hi, my name is Ivanshu. I am from Radio City, Bombay. And we would like to get into some gaming programming. So this is the opportunity to meet you all guys. And that's what we are here.
Absolutely. A very dear friend. Hemang, एक challenge दे रहा हूँ मैं because we play a lot of these video games. This is a very simple memory game. 7 things, okay? And you have to give back as many as you can recollect. ठीक है? So मैं सिर्फ एक ही बार कहूँगा. I'm not going to repeat it one more time. It's very simple. I give it to you once, and let's see how many names can you give back to me. ठीक है? Random objects कुछ भी हो सकता है. Starting now, pen, Taj Santa Cruz, Speedbreaker, Dal Bati Churma, Yacht, Mango, Sunny Leone.
Albati Churma, Yacht, Sunny Leone, and that's it.
The last name just makes a complete bite. He's got 4 out of 7. Give him a loud cheer, yeah, everybody. Going to the gentleman here. Do you recollect the other, all 7 at one go, so that you're not just adding, all 7 at one go?
Pen, Taj Santa Cruz, Speed Breakers, Mangoes, Sunny Leone, Yacht, and Dalbati Chur.
Wonderful. Give him a loud cheer. He was almost getting the order right as well. Zordar Talia. Ajay, way to go. That's absolutely cool. Okay, and here comes my next one. All right. So it's not to do with memory. It's a very simple vocal exercise that I give out to people. It's very simple. Very simple. Take a deep breath. And whatever game that you love or whatever personality or actor that you love, what is that one thing that you love the most, okay? So randomly going to one of the most stylish people in the house, I go on to this gentleman here. Sir, if you can introduce your name for the team.
Z.
Z, all you have to do is take a deep breath, a little yoga, take a deep breath and say, I love Z, 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 Z. In one breath, how far can you go? Okay, so we're calculating the number of seconds. Okay, take a deep breath and just repeat Z after it. Take a deep breath and start.
Z, Z, Z.
No, you have to say I love as well. Okay, take a deep breath and let's go.
I love Z, 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 Z,
A good 25 seconds. Give him a loud cheer, everybody. Zordar talia ho jaye. And yes, it's time for our next panel discussion. So I'm going to go back on stage to introduce the same. All right, so our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be very interesting and very exciting. Just to mention, before you go ahead with the panel discussion, there's a lot of gaming happening from Pocket. They have raised the stakes. The prizes are very exciting. The QR code is present on your respective desk. Scan the QR and play. The leading score will be mentioned on the leaderboard outside on the big screen. Winners obviously get very exciting prizes. But now, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead with the panel discussion, it's time to unleash the potential of India's gaming market. This session will explore and chart out the roadmap to put India gaming business on the global map. May I welcome our esteemed panelists. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Jaya Chahar, founder and CEO TFG. Let's welcome Jaya, everybody, with a huge round of applause. Mr. Anurag Khurana, founder and CEO of Penta Esports. Mr. Nina Chaya, Senior VP, Reliance Games. Utsav Umang, founder, Exo Sports. Mr. Srikanth Rayaprolu, co-founder and CEO of Ad Scholars. Mr. Harish Chengaya, founder, Outlier Games. Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni, ex-Indian cricketer and founder, IISM. And our session chair, our moderator, Mr. Siddharth Roy, GM Mediacom. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists and our session chair with a huge round of applause, everybody. Over to the team.
Just give us a minute. I think we're just waiting for Ninad and Anurag. Good afternoon, everyone. So, unleashing the potential of gaming market in India. Exciting topic. I think we've heard a lot about it from morning. We've heard some great numbers. All the positive upbeat. So, just beginning the session, we've been seeing some staggering numbers, right, from morning. Essentially, we're looking at what, 750 million internet base. We're looking at 500 million gamers. That's as big as EU and the US market put together, right, in terms of gamers. Essentially, 85 to 90% of them being mobile gamers, and we are on the cusp of a 5G revolution. So, a lot of staggering numbers there. In fact, we've also spoken about the potential of the market in itself, right? There's quotes everywhere in terms of the potential of the gaming industry becoming as big as movies and sports put together. It's already happened globally, and I think we're looking at, we are hoping to look at a similar numbers coming about in India as well. That brings about a buzzing ecosystem along with it, right? And we have some of the key players from the ecosystem along with us today, and we'll touch upon some very interesting aspects as we go along in this session. And all I can say is the potential is mouth-watering. The report we just released in the morning says that we're looking at a number of almost 8.6 billion in terms of revenue by 2025, and that's a lot. And that essentially also translates to a economic potential of around 800 billion over a period of 5 years. So that's a sizable number for everyone to look into. So, having said that, I'll hand over the topic, hand over to the panelists to introduce themselves. Jaya, over to you.
Hi. Hey everyone, I'm so glad to be here. I'm Jaya Chahar. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Trade Fantasy Game, TFG. It's a fantasy gaming app and it's played with 6-player format and the use of digital collectibles.
Yeah, hi everyone, good to be here. I'm Utsav, the co-founder and the CBO at Esports Exo. So Esports Exo is a marketplace for end-to-end, anything you have to do with the esports and gaming, from creating the IP to managing the tournament end-to-end.
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Shrikant. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the company Ad Scholars. We are not in the gaming, but we actually make money for the gamers. So by connecting publishers with the brands, and we take care of the ads that run on the gamers. That's what we do.
I'd like to talk to you after the panel is over. I want to make some money. So I'm Harish. I'm a founder, game director, and writer at Outlier Games. So my studio specifically focuses on making single-player, story-driven games for PC and console. So that's the kind of game company that I'm building today. So I see a lot of esports people here, a lot of gamers. So you may be thinking of some company when I say story-driven games, right? So probably in the future, that's where I want to take Outlier Games. So the moment I say single-player, story-driven games, you think of Outlier Games. So that's the kind of company that I'm making. So over to you.
Hi, my name is Nilesh Kulkarni. I don't belong to e-gaming, but I am into sports education, where I create manpower which gets supplied to all the gamers who are doing wonderful job in the industry. So I'm the creator of creating manpower who will effectively deliver what is expected in India and overseas.
Anurag and Ninad.
Hi guys, my name is Anurag. I'm a founder of a company called Newgen Gaming, where we have two brands. One is called Penta Esports, which is basically a esports tournament operator, but we focus on the grassroots leagues, which is Amateur League and Collegiate League. And other brand we have started is called Panda Production, which is telling beautiful stories with gaming as a backdrop. So that's us.
Hi guys, my name is Ninad Chaya and I'm the Senior VP at Reliance Games. I think probably the oldest gaming company in India. And we make games which are played by more than 500 million gamers across the world, right from IP-based games like Real Seal and WWE Mayhem to casual games based on kids' IP like Little Singham. So it's a fun space to be in and good to see a good variety of speakers today to share our views.
Great, thank you everyone. Let's begin with the topic in terms of here and now, in terms of the emerging trends we are seeing as of now, and how is it impacting the industry in itself. I think, let me begin with a point which we spoke about in the morning in the report, right? We spoke about 2.5% of RMG spends, a part of AdX, right? And I'd like to bring in Jaya here to talk about some of the important trends you are foreseeing or you're already seeing in terms of the market potential here.
See, in terms of the market potential and specifically in RMG space, firstly, I'd say that the entire online gaming is in India currently being driven by the mobile gaming phenomenon completely, right? If you completely see the gaming aspect in India, while, I'm sure we have different thought processes on the panel itself, but RMG today is the largest user base, as you rightly mentioned. With 5G coming in, that will be quadrupling, in the next couple of years. And so to speak, another 500 million handsets are going to be coming in, right? In tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. What does that really mean for us and the emerging trends that we see today is a lot of people, not that in RMG, only the cash rewards. We've typically known that cash rewards is what is driving people to play more on RMG, right? It can be different platforms. But today we also see that a lot of gamification is happening on that front. That's where we have also come in, right? There is a need for gamification. There is a need to bring in, different kind of gaming in RMG and also give a better experience to the user base that's already there, right? Apart from that, what I've also seen, and we've been, kind of speaking about it with different industry leaders as well, the women in sports that are coming up, right? If you see the first time ever, we've got Women's Indian Premier League that happened this year, right? Not only have women come in sports, but there are more women gamers that have come in, right? There are women gamers in fantasy sports today who are almost at 30% of the user base. And there are women gamers even across other online games. So I think those are one of the, that is one of the emerging trends that I see in today's time.
On that note, I think I'd bring in another player, which is essentially the large player or a large stakeholder, which is esports. And Utsav, I'd like to bring you into the conversation here in terms of how do you see esports taking advantage of a lot of trends which are coming in here, right? As tournaments, as teams, as IPs, how do you see that coming through?
See, as Jaya said, RMG is the highest spender that we are seeing right now. I think we should also see that from the other point of view is we have to also see that there's a large amount of audience, those who are introduced to RMG, okay? But now esports coming into the picture and we are getting more popular games like BGMI, Valorant, and the more games are coming in the picture, okay? I feel when they're introduced to better quality games and better quality environment for their entertainment and making money, okay? So I think it will be more towards the esports. And now the question that you have asked, we feel the players like Krafton, the Valve, the Riot that they're doing right now, and they're supporting the third-party tournaments and helping us in creating the more IPs. Okay, this year also we are almost launching 6+ IPs, in which the 3 are going to be micro and the 3 is going to be the major IPs, which is going to be held in more than 20+ cities. Okay, so we feel it's a great part. We are building a community right now, but over a period of time, we feel it is going to be much bigger. We see non-endemic brands coming into the picture and now putting some budget and trying out how it is going to be there and how the engagements are happening. And they are seeing the better results. We are trying to make the organic branding assessments, and we can help them in that matter.
From a publisher-developer ecosystem or a stakeholder standpoint, Harish, how do you see this trend benefiting the developers or the ecosystem in itself?
Okay, so in the next 1-2 years, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of that, what I would say is, like in the past 1-2 years, what has happened is, there were certain genres in mobile, right? Like there's something called hyper-casual games, which actually failed. It's pretty much dead. And then after that, it moved towards hybrid casual, which also is now pretty much gone. So I see a rise or a maturity curve where the game industry is being pushed more and more towards more complex or more deeper games, which is mid-core and hardcore. So that I've been seeing, and a lot of Indian companies are now getting into that space. So I'm seeing this maturity curve wherein the market is demanding it, and then the companies are forced to move towards more deeper games. So I say that's where the money pot is in the future going forward. Those kinds of mid-core and hardcore experience, it can be mobile or PC console, but that's the immediate moment that I see in the market actually.
Interesting. So, for any industry to flourish, no matter how much organic goodness is there, I think there is a significant push which needs to come from the government in itself, right? In terms of policies, in terms of the benefits which they're giving to the industry. I'd like to touch upon the fact in terms of what are the government policies and what are the initiatives which are coming in from the government to help the industry grow in itself and put India into the on the global map, I would say.
Sure. So 2 financial years back, Indian government announced something called AVGC Task Force, right? So that is now coming out with something that we call AVGC XR policy. So it's going to be thousands and thousands of crores worth of a corpus. So from that, how many thousands is going to be given to animation, VFX, games? That's a discussion to be had. So the industry, they have pretty much openly asked the industry that you people tell me how much money you need and where will that money go and what kind of holistic growth will it drive. So I've been involved with that AVGC Task Force Committee, and I told them perhaps the push and the entire focus should be on original IP production. Because what that does, and the government actually, the AVGC Task Force accepted, because in their perspective, the push towards original IP means GDP, economic growth, and also soft power growth, right? So the government looks at it from that optics. But from a consumer, more so as a producer, what it means for companies is we get to become exporters of IP, right, across the globe. So as a market, from an importer of gaming IP, we become exporters of gaming IP. So I suggested this to the task force committee, and then they accepted. So we are now in the stage where we are preparing a white paper. In fact, Anurag and Ninad are also involved in that. So I got a 60 plus companies together, and we are making a push towards the government as to what kind of support can be given. So, and the government is pretty much, to cut it short, what they have told us, give us an approach, right? If it's going to be incentivizing the development of original IP, how can we go about doing it? So we gave a 5-pronged approach. What could be the startup promotion angle? What could be the regulatory angle? What could be the education and upskilling angle? And what could be infrastructure angle? And what could be the IEC angle, which is the awareness campaigns that the governments do. So how can we leverage government's PIB, the Press Information Bureau? How can we leverage that to create a culture? So these are the 5-pronged approaches that we suggested, and they are very receptive towards it. By these 5, we are hopefully looking to create an economy, the gaming market, which could become a net exporter eventually. So the vision document pretty much says, how can we convert India into a net exporter of games by 2047? So that's the kind of sentiment that's going on.
You touched upon 2 aspects here while you were talking about. One is, I'd like to bring in Anurag, but before that I'd like to bring in Nilesh here, because you spoke about education and upskilling. And Nilesh, you've been doing a lot of work in that space. So I'd like to hear your view about the government policies in terms of education and upskilling.
So there are two sides to it. The good thing is industry is not organized. And I use that as an analogy, good thing, because that creates an opportunity to stabilize it, grow it, and make it more mature for the future prospects of all the business entities who are sitting here to capitalize the opportunity. So that's one way of looking at it. The second most important part is e-gaming is one sport where it's not residing into a particular country. It's traditionally a global sport. Even if you introduce or create a new sport, it pretty much is catered to global markets. Whereas majority of the countries design their sports for their respective countries, barring e-sport. So that another opportunity gets linked with how you look at the lens with which you want to introduce the sporting perspective into e-gaming, e-sports, and any other areas in this digital world. The third most important part is, from a government standpoint, that creates job opportunities. That creates manpower, employability. And with this current youth, which India is currently at about 55-60%, and out of which almost 25 to 30% clearly wanting to focus on this particular area without having to sweat a bit on the field, this creates more opportunity for them to get jobs. And I think that's one of the key factors where a couple of discussions which I have had with government officials, undermining the opportunity for creating job. You know, fundamentally, every government has a vision document and a mission document to create jobs. With this, the rapid growth of this particular space, trust me, the growth is more than 15 to 20% for the jobs to be created in the market. And that's phenomenal and staggering. On these three fronts, I personally feel the opportunities are good, the sky is blue, and the horizon is unlimited for all of us to be in this space.
That's heartening to hear. As an industry veteran, Anurag, I'm taking the liberty to say that. As an industry veteran, what's your point of view? Because Harish has spoken about a lot in terms of the government policies and formulations. So.
Sorry, I have a very different point of view when it comes to government policy. The growth of software industry, if you see, is because government was not involved. And that's how our industry has grown for last 25 years. I've been in this industry. It is irrespective of government. Yes, I see a lot of moves being done by the government, but the implementation is going to take time. So I am not looking for changes, immediate changes, but as a policy, as the growth factor, it might or might not even have. So I have slightly different opinion on that side.
I think one segment which I think will have a larger say in terms of government policies is RMG. And Jaya, I'd like to hear your point of view in terms of how do you see this space?
You know, I'm very excited to talk about this because I think it affects everybody, right? Let me tell you, 3 years back, nobody, even though, you know, in RMG space, we had been told by the Supreme Court, there was a ruling that, you know, fantasy, rummy, poker, everything is a game of skill, right? Nowhere in any budget were we spoken about. But in the last 2 budgets, we have been spoken about, right? What does that mean? It means that we've at least got recognition as a legitimate sector for the government, right? That's good for India. That's good for us as players because you're recognized. Anybody who's illegitimate tomorrow will not be recognized and will not get support from the country's regulations, right? Number 2 that I'd like to talk about is definitely the new regulations that we've got in terms of TDS. GST is still sort of pending, but you know, the TDS that has just come in, the threshold of 10,000 has been removed, and there's 30% TDS on net winnings today. So if you withdraw any net winnings above 100 rupees in a month, you will be charged at 30%, and us as a RMG platform have to deduct that, right? Now, what does this do? Definitely, I would say it's a higher slab. We were earlier taxed at actually just 18%, right? So that obviously has an impact on the psyche of the user. I mean, as a user, I will actually feel कि मैं खेलूँ या नहीं खेलूँ, right? क्योंकि 30% तो मेरे tax में जा रहा है, right? But there are good sides and there are bad sides, and I would say there are better good sides because the government is today recognizing you, and we need the government support, you know? You need it to exist in the country. The ease of business and the access to a lot of opportunities as a business have to be given by the government.
Interesting, because this layer of the industry, I think, needs a larger discussion topic, but in the interest of time, I'll move on to the next segment, which is the core of this entire industry, right? Which is essentially the publishers and the developers. And at this point in time, I'd like to bring in Ninad here in terms of your point of view on, we're talking about putting India on the global scale, right? How, as a publisher or a developer ecosystem, we are geared up to do that, both for India and outside India.
So that's a very, very interesting point, Siddharth. And for a long time, across the industry, there has been this discussion about should developers go self-publishing or do you need a publisher to go with? And where we bring, or we have been in both spaces, right? When we started off, we built our own games and we published them both for the India and the global market. While our games are made in India, they're meant for the global market. And as a team, we work, so we are a very IP-focused company. I mean, we kind of stayed away from the whole services side model, and we created our own IPs and also then started working on licensed IPs. And I think one of our first breakout hits globally was the game we built on the film Real Steel. And then we kind of built out a franchise out of it. And that helped us open up to a lot of gamers around the world to understand the user behavior, what works, what doesn't work for a global title. And that's now the learning that we are now bringing to our developer partners, where we say, hey, look, if there are 500 million plus gamers out there playing our games across the bouquet of games that we have, how can we leverage that learning and help you guys build better games as a development team? And we're building this ecosystem where the learning and the talent from the development partner can help us create games which, like you said, help put India on the global map. And it's not just us. There are quite a few other companies doing that, both in India and globally. I mean, why should we not have, so there is an EA and Activision, why not have a similar model in India?
On that note, is there any specific point of view in terms of local nuance or a cultural nuance coming in there for the market, which can then be scaled up to the global market? Anything specific on that?
Sure. I think at the core of it, the fundamental is that the game has to be fun, engaging, and monetizable, right? Irrespective of what market you go into, that doesn't change. The local flavor comes depending on what market you're targeting and what IP you are building on. So in India, if we are building a runner game, yes, there is a Subway Surfer, but then, and to put a very unsubtle plug, there's a Little Singham runner also out there, which we have built. But when you're targeting the global market, a game different to that market. So in the US, for example, one of our biggest games is WWE Mayhem. And it's not just targeted at the US market, it's also big across the world. So like I said, make in India, but make for the world. It doesn't matter. I mean, I may launch Little Singham as Super Cop Singham in other emerging markets down the line. The game has to be fun and monetizable.
And Harish, your point of view in terms of developing an IP?
Sure. So I'll give first-hand experience because the game that I'm making is an Indian kind of a game, but made for the global audience, as Ninad was saying. What's happening is, outside of India, especially in the Western markets, the publishers, all of them are clamoring for Indian-based content. The reason is very simple. When you look at the history of gaming, you will see that there has been games based on American setting, medieval European, Greek, Norse, Japanese. They are all thinking that Indian-based content is the next jackpot to be had. And I've spoken to at least 15 publishers who all agree on this. RRR, in a very interesting way, a movie ended up influencing game publishers. And there was a game in 2020 called Raji. It was an Indian game for PC and console that created a lot of interest among publishers for India-based content.
So where I was coming in from was from the same angle, right? Some of the Indian movies are now going big abroad also. So is there a gameplay opportunity for us there in terms of developing?
Definitely. So there is a business interest outside of India. There's also a consumer interest outside of India for Indian-based games. But what I would want to highlight here is this India-based content. It is a novelty factor. It will wear off in 3-5 years once the first cycle of it is over. After that, what will sustain is a good game, a good quality game. So we can't capitalize on just calling ourselves Indian-based content for the world all the time. Maybe for the first 5 years, it will lead an explosive growth. After that, it's pretty much a matter of quality.
Sure. I think that brings me to the next point, which is the revenue driver, the monetization and the revenue streams, right? Multiple aspects. There is in-game business revenue, there is advertising, there is influencers, there is the live stream, there is the esports, the teams, the prize money, and so on and so forth. So before I get into the industry in itself, I'd like to bring in Nilesh here in terms of how you've seen cricket grow as a sport in the country, right? You've seen that firsthand on ground, and how do you draw parallels for that in the esports ecosystem?
Well, to start with, I did not get an IPL contract. So, and then I retired from cricket. But on a serious note...
IPL came a little late.
Sorry?
IPL came a little late.
Possibly, yeah. I'm too old for it now. So, but the good part is, I think if you break that into 5-year cycle, how IPL evolved as a sport, commercially and engagingly. See, the fundamentals have remained the same. The bat and the ball contest is the same. The innovation this year of IPL, we've seen 6 or 7 games going over 200, and out of which 3 games are chased. That's engaging. That's interesting. Those contests are people love watching, but from the revenue standpoint, both Star Sports and digital media, Jio, have doubled their revenues. That's staggering for me. And if you break that into first 5 years, BCCI did not have a digital media right. The next 5 years, they sold it for more than 3,700 crore. And today, for next 5 years, we've seen it 18,000 crore rights have been sold. That's the kind of jump and a potential you have in this particular space. And mind you, BCCI have not introduced cricket as an e-game as yet, or globally ICC has not done it as yet. So that's a great opportunity to look at commercialization. But when you see that kind of revenue, you put that into American contest. America have got NFL as the local sport. And I'm using word local sport because that confines to that country. That's into top 3 of their sporting chart, which has multiple options available for you not only by playing, but digitally as well. And that's a model in which India can look at potentially because of the 1.5 billion population with the numbers, and these people are introducing that sport in a different context. For me, that's a great opportunity because, you know, with 55% of our youth into this space, hungry for this kind of content, I see a great potential. And put that analogy into a business side of the cricketing analogy to the e-gaming and the virtual reality, I think it's a phenomenal thing because I run a college, and in my college, 35% of our students put their hand up the moment you start saying there's the e-game competition. And when I get to meet the students who walk into door of ISM, sir, I am XYZ, I am YZ, I am AB as their nicknames into any of the, all these guys. And I'm like, no, you are Yashesh. No, sir, my nickname is this. So they are recognized in a class also by nickname. That's how the popularity is growing within the fraternity also. For me, that's a very good analogy from a business to popularity as well.
Shrikant, I'd like to bring you in here because this is the core business in terms of. So what's your point of view in terms of what kind of revenue streams can open up here, right? Because there is a lot of revenue streams outside broadcasting as a space.
Yes. So I would like to add it on to Nilesh. There is a very great opportunity. Thanks to all these people for creating that platform in the gaming industry. Because we've been seeing playing games for the last 3 decades, and it has been taken out by the other markets mostly, the US and the Europe markets for the initial 2 decades when we're growing up. But there has been a phenomenal change in the last decade, especially when it comes with the India market. So when we even look at the brands that are doing the game ads, the last decade was more for social media. They've been following Instagram, Facebook. But this year the brands have come into gaming because they have realized the audience, especially the 25 to 44-year-old, is where they'll actually find on gaming. And they're getting the best spots there. And there are different types of creative ads. Even at Ad Scholars, we do these kind of creative ads. We build mini games within the games. So, for example, a brand like a Nike or a Nestle can actually be built a mini game inside a game. So the audience can engage with these games and the brand as well. So it puts it in their mind. And different features like in-gaming is something that we're doing. Within in-gaming, what it comes is it's not intrusive, just like how a pop-up comes or you're playing, it is inside the game. So just like how the branding gets placed in the movies, it is getting placed. It's like a billboard that you see on a Western Expressway in Mumbai. It is actually like that. Even games like FIFA, Call of Duty, these are the games where players would love to see these kind of ads.
So that's an interesting space, right? Because at this point in time, that's the avenue for non-endemic brands to come into the picture. And when they come in, that's when the revenues start going
Right.
beyond the core segment also, right?
Yes.
So how are the non-endemic brands looking at it at this point in time? Because some of them are using it for gamifications, so on and so forth. But what's the trend there coming out?
So actually, initially, a few years back, it was only gaming industry related to gamers who used to advertise on gaming publishers. But now FMCG is very interested, automotive industry, other sectors, because they understand the audience are out here. They want to actually reach out to this audience. And the best part with digital is the conversions that you can get, right? You can track each audience, their data, how they have reached their website and what has been done on that. So especially when it comes with these kind of brands, it's there. And we see for the next 2 years, there will be triple the growth in the advertising industry when it comes with the gaming, from like a $2.3 billion to a $7 billion. So that's a huge growth. And I'm still not talking much about metaverse and the other things, which are taking the famous spots. Now, for example, in outside India, the concerts have been happening on metaverse. Travis Scott is there. Even Marshmello has done a lot of concerts. In India, I've seen only Darar Mehendi who initiated this, but even with that one concert, we have got audience of more than 20 million for that, right? So the growth is phenomenal even in metaverse for the brand placements.
Interesting point, because in the session in the afternoon, one of our colleagues is going to put up something specific in terms of metaverse, AR, VR. So watch out for the session from Neeraj later on in the day. I'd like to bring in the esports specialists and teams into the picture. In terms of revenue, Anurag, and monetization, how do you see the space growing, and what's the current trend, what's the opportunities there?
So just before I answer that question, Nilesh, I have been to ISM and gave a speech there. Trust me, out of the class of, I think, 100 students, 70% identified as a gamers there. So I agree on his part. Coming to your question, Siddharth, revenues are increasing. Like 4 years back, only endemic brands were interested in sponsoring. There was nothing called media rights. Both categories exist today, and even non-endemic brands are getting involved. Like on weekly basis, we are getting queries from brands, hey, we want to capture this audience, we want to pass on this our message to this audience, what is the best way? And my answer to them is that, guys, we are an awareness funnel. We are in the awareness funnel, not in consideration or conversion funnel. If you understand that, then we can talk, and 90% of the people actually agree with that, okay, we want this only. So revenue streams are increasing.
I agree with that point, because we've had multiple discussions in our organization on the same line.
I know. Yeah. You and us are both on the same page on that account. So revenue streams are increasing. Apart from that, even Fantasy has been started on esports, but unfortunately that company closed or shut down their esports Fantasy part. That was the third stream. But majority of the revenue will always be the sponsorship. And second biggest revenue will be the media rights, which both are happening now. Like we've done Colgate League on Loco, where it was only on Loco. So we sold them the media rights for that event.
Interesting. From an RMG standpoint, Jay, I'd like to hear your view in terms of monetization and revenue outside. I mean, you've touched upon the fact that there is a lot of taxation issues and other things, but how do you see that panning out outside the current challenges which you're facing there as an industry?
See, firstly, I'll say a lot of new monetization models are also coming up. right? Everybody here, even Anurag spoke about, how media rights will always be very important. And I think advertisement and sponsorship will always lead the way when it comes to driving revenue for a particular platform, right? And of course, from a RMG perspective, the direct revenue to us actually comes from the commissions or the rakes that we, charge. But apart from that, I'll go back to my previous topic where I spoke about gaming, right? See, anything which is engaging and innovatively coming up in a game, right? Like at TFG, I certainly cannot talk about what's going to be launched, but we are coming up with gamification in this sector also, which is linked to, again, monetization, right? So you develop newer streams for revenue, right? And that includes probably in-app purchases. It can include, new gaming gear. It can include, right from even merchandising, right? Vouchers, coupons, all of that also. But like you rightly mentioned, there is a challenge. There is taxation. Even today, incentives or any referral bonuses that we give are taxed, right? As long as, of course, they can be withdrawn. So if they cannot be withdrawn, they're not taxable, right? But my point of view out here is very simple, that there is a lot of innovation when it comes to revenue streams, and that is linked to product features. That's what I'm actually trying to get at.
So in the morning session, I think Nitish interestingly mentioned one point, which is download to monetization ratio is not up to the mark in our country right now, right? And Nina, any point of view on that particular data point?
Sure. So if you look at India as a market, right, we are predominantly a casual gaming market, and that too the primary monetization is ad-supported games. With I would say 98% ad support, 2% in-app, right? And that 2% goes to RMG and PUBG. So, but from that, yeah, BGMI. But from that perspective, what we also do as a publisher is we work with brands, and like Shrikant was mentioning, we do brand integration within the games. So for the past 2 or 3 years now, we have been working with Hershey's for one of their brands, which is in one of our kid games. So what we deliver to the brand is not just the CPM rates or the impressions, it's the engagement, right? On an average, my game for a kid brand would deliver to them in multiples. I mean, an average game session is 5 to 7 minutes, 3 times a day. So that's 21 to 28 minutes of engagement which we can get. And that's the brand is massive. Now it's a matter of how people, Shrikant and us and you can team up and go to the brand and show them that value. And that is what the monetization will drive. And obviously, eventually, yes, as games get better engaging, people are spending on BGMI, which means that they are not averse to spending. People are spending on RMG, people are spending on rummy games. Eventually, they will come and spend on a Subway Surfer or a Maya Nagari or those kind of games as well. So monetization is there. It just needs to be channeled in a proper manner.
I'd just like to add to that. So predominantly, people have always gone to spend higher on a game because there is cash rewards, right? If you give them right gaming experience, it's more engaging. Of course, the user base is willing to spend more, and a perfect example is PUBG or BGMI, right? Because you get a certain engagement or a certain special power, or you do an in-app purchase. So the idea is to give more engaging features again,
Absolutely. And from an esports perspective, sir, I mean, in terms of challenges you see at this point in time, specifically to bring in a sponsorship or a revenue or a monetization in India as against global titles or global teams? Because see, at this point in time, we do not have the peripheral sponsorships, just like a merchandise deal, right? Those kind of things are not yet open, have not yet opened up. And what are the reasons, and how do you see that progressing?
As Anurag was saying, like the broadcasting rights and the different kind of rights, like peripheral sponsor or the powered by sponsor that we're talking about. So it's kind of opening up. We are getting the briefs. We are working closely with GroupM and other agencies also. We are seeing non-ending brands are coming in. The challenge, I will not say it's a challenge. It's more about they are saying what can be done, and we have to show them what can be done in terms of integration, in terms of visibility, and what they can get. Okay, so it is as our job role also to convince them and show them the results also. What is the kind of ROI they are getting from there. So I see the interest coming in, and I feel now, yes, the the budgets are not very high right now, but in the coming years, down the line 3-4 years, we will see the budgets are coming in.
Cool. So just a quick closing note from each one of you in terms of where do you see the potential and where do you see the future? A quick roundup on
Sure.
I'll start from Nilesh and then we'll move.
So for me, the closing note is very simple. 1.5 billion population, the consumer, the consumption is happening in India. The world is looking at India as the next big sporting destination. That creates multiple opportunities for us to stabilize, establish, and define the growth path.
Okay, so what I would say is the biggest disruption that's going to happen in probably 3 years or 4 years from now is going to happen surprisingly in PC and console. The reason that I say that is today I know there are 25 productions happening in India, so the actual number might be closer to 50. And from these experiments, one of them are going to be a major hit. The kind of hit that I'm telling you is going to be something, let me give you an example. In a country called Estonia, there was a game called Disco Elysium. It's an indie game made on a very modest budget. That game had a net revenue of more than 80 million, which is 600 crores. So that's the kind of scope that I'm talking about. So from these PC console experiments that are happening, my game included, 1 or 2 of them are going to reach that kind of a scale. When it does, the gaming industry in India is going to have a before and after moment. So 2026 is that time is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'll add it to it because I also see the PC and console market is coming back, especially with the other markets that we notice, how they're growing on the metaverse, AR and the VR. This is going to be the next future for the 5 years. And especially on the monetization part, the mobile has been growing and the next decade opens up different revenue streams for all of us. Yep.
In terms of the esports and I see more cross-platform compatibility when we'll see, I think the more IPs and in terms of esports games and publishers are coming to India, and I see we should build more global IPs from here, starting from India and then taking it to different regions.
So to add to what Harish said, while PC and console will grow, I think at mobile we haven't peaked yet, and we're still growing, and there's a lot more that we can achieve. We will see breakthrough IPs come out of India for the global market. Games which have been created, which could, the before-after moment is still even in mobile waiting to happen. And hopefully the casual gaming and the mid-core gaming market will start making as much money as RMGs.
See, I'd like to just say that online gaming is a sunrise sector for India, right? And I'd like to say that each one here is adding to that growth, right? Whether it's a game publisher, it's a casual gamer, it's esports, everything adds to that. And I'd just say that online gaming as a whole is going to be, if not more, at least driving 5 to 10% of the global revenue. India will do it. That's what I stand for, and it's not going to be just RMG and mobile gaming. I've personally, passionately been a PC gamer also and a PS gamer also. So, but that sector is, of course, it's a different gameplay altogether. But I think together in India as an online gaming sector, I think we should be able to drive a significant amount of global revenues also.
Couple of points. Esports, we have not even touched the tip of the iceberg. So there's a long way to go. On the console side, I have a very different opinion there that console base is so small. Yes, there might be a title which might become a hit internationally, but consumption in India for that title won't be that big because the boxes are small. That's why. PC, yes, it is growing very fast. But why I still believe, though I was a non-believer of mobile esports to be very precise, but mobile is a personal device, whereas PC is still a family device. A person might have one PC at home which is shared by the parent and the kid, but mobile is very personal, so mobile will grow. And I agree with Ninad also, though not to the extent that we have not reached the pinnacle. Yes, we might have not reached the pinnacle of gaming on mobile as the user base, because one thing which COVID brought in was number of gamers. My wife, who hated me for me spending so much time playing games, she became a gamer. Of course, she played Ludo, more casual game, but that number is increasing day by day now. So
One little thing I'll add, small little detail on top of what Anurag was telling. So 2022 saw a resurgence of something that we would call handheld gaming devices. So I'm talking about devices like Steam Deck and Asus ROG Ally, and PlayStation is also now coming up with another handheld. So the biggest problem on PC and console was always that it was a home device, right? It's not flexible, it's committal. So that has been broken away in the biggest way in 2022. After the massive success of Steam Deck, every PC manufacturer is jumping onto create a device category that is on your hand, can be taken everywhere. In fact, Microsoft is so bullish on that device category that they are now creating a version of Windows that is compatible for controller-based handheld devices. So that kind of overcomes all of those problems we were talking where it is only in the home, where you can't game it everywhere. So that kind of disruption is happening on the PC console space, which means it also has an implication on monetization because there is more engagement now. So PC console is getting there, where only mobile phones were there, PC and console is also getting into that flexible kind of environment.
So by her last point, Harish, my issue is not with the device per se, but if my kid asks for a phone, it's a multi-purpose device for him. The basic purpose for him is to talk, but he doesn't use for talking. He uses for video. My son is 10, by the way, for video, YouTube, and to play games. Okay, he's okay if you take the same out. He's perfectly okay with that. So the device is multi-purpose. So people, parents, at least tend to give it to them that they can be connected, which is not true for mobile handheld consoles. Secondly, Microsoft came up with Zune. You know what happened. Sony came up with the PSP. You know what happened. So, yes, there might be some hits. Apple came up with the iPods and see where it is. Apple came with iPhone, with most expensive device today and doing good numbers. So, I'm not saying this is how it is, but this is how traditionally it has been.
There's a lot of, great to see so much passion, a heated discussion in terms of the industry in itself. But I'd say there's a lot of optimism, there's a lot of passion. I think we see a lot of passion in the ecosystem in itself. All I'd say is upwards and onwards, and in the near future, hoping to see franchises as big as IPL, hoping to see titles bigger than the movie titles, and it's on the upward trajectory. Thank you everyone. Thanks a lot.
I'd request the team to join in for a quick photo op. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come together. And may I request Rubina Singh, Country Manager, India and Middle East, North Africa from the Anymind Group, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists and to our session chairs. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye everybody. A big round of applause. And we'd love to present mementos, so may I request Rubina Singh to present mementos on behalf of the entire team. A big thank you to Siddharth Roy for moderating this session, and to the entire team, Jaya Chahar, Anurag Khurana, Nina Chaya, Utsav Umang, Srikanji, Harish, Nilesh, and the entire team. All right, a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for joining in and sharing your thoughts, your valuable knowledge and opinions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me share what's going to happen next. Well. There's a very exciting experiential session talking about immersive gaming in the virtual realms unleashed, and you will embark on a meta-human adventure immediately after this break. And yes, the tournament is also going to happen, so this is your time to make sure that you download the game from your App Store or your Play Store. It's the Asphalt 9 Legends game. Make sure you download it. And we're going to have a tournament. Winners get goodies. Also, there's a very special masterclass by Dynamo Gaming immediately after the break. And most importantly, yes, you get to win a lot of prizes. There's a QR code on your desk. Scan the QR code and play the game from pocket. You get a lot of prizes. Winners get prizes, get inventory on pocket worth 3 lakh. The second winner will get inventory on pocket worth 2 lakh, and the third winner will get inventory on pocket worth 1 lakh. So make sure you download and play, because the break time is where you can actually download. And we'll be back exactly at 2 o'clock. So see you after the break. Thank you so much. बाकी है, because as we talk about this, it's time to go ahead to a very unique and mind-boggling session that will make you embark on a meta-human adventure. This is about an experiential session, immersive gaming, virtual dreams unleashed. Embark on a meta-human adventure. What do I mean when I say this? This title emphasizes the combination of cutting-edge technology such as mocap gear and Unreal Metahumans, 7 with the immersive experience of stepping into virtual dreams. It sparks curiosity and excitement amongst attendees, enticing them to explore the world of gamification in a whole new way. Now, I can theoretically go ahead and share a lot of things, but today we have with us somebody who the previous year in a lot of, in a record number of sessions with E4M has done an amazing session. And the one that I would love to highlight is he took the top 5 CMOs and in a virtual event, he created an avatar of them at a random studio. And here it was broadcasted live with their avatars. And that experience completely took the audience by surprise. I know you've seen it in a gist, but today to go in depth to detail how that has happened, what is the technology that has gone inside it, how it has changed, and how it drives gamification. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome from Emerging Tech Lead India at WPP and Head of Mobile and Emerging Tech Group M, one and only one, Mr. Neeraj Rupare. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Also joining in is the founder and technical director for Ink in Caps IIC, Manish Kakkar. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause right here. And also joining in, off stage we were having a very interesting chat. I call them the 3 musketeers together. She's the co-founder and strategy director for Ink in Caps, Snigdha Singh. Let's give a big round of applause for Snigdha. She's backstage. Zordar taliyan ho jaye. And finally, I'm going to let the Pathan and Tiger take over. So Neeraj and Manish, the stage is all yours. Give them a loud cheer, everybody. Come on, everybody. It's going to be fun. Enjoy this moment.
That Pathan and Tiger wasn't part of the script. Is it working? You guys hear me? Yeah. Too many things are going to like co-run with me today. Our entire lab is here in this hotel today, right? And there's a large team which is supporting in the background. You can see a team sitting there, right there, a bunch of guys here, and we are completely suited. So like our MC mentioned, I didn't get your name. Like Rahul mentioned, last year we did a very cool metaverse experience. That was the buzz last year. So what we did was we got some top 5 CMOs, we created their virtual avatars, and we got them into a virtual world, and we created E4M Tech Punch panel where they all moved in, and they were all 3D, they were all expressive. But what has happened from last year and now what you're going to see is the entire infrastructure has exploded in a big way. Are we saying there are tons of people in the virtual world right now as we speak? This is my meta-human roaring, right, to come on the stage. But I'll get him in. I just need to set a quick context for you guys. So are we saying there are like tons of users on the virtual world? The answer is no. But there are tens and millions of people who are there in the gaming worlds right now. Our kids are pretty much living on it, right? If you look at platforms like Roblox and now Fortnite is picking up. In fact, one of the leading influencers on Fortnite is a young guy, Zen Alpha and Gen Z as we call it now, right? Gen Z are guys who are born 1995 and upwards, and Zen Alpha are the guys who are like 2010 and upwards. These are the guys who are pretty much making a play. And what are they doing? They're playing like tons of games out there. Like my son is 7. He co-runs a lot of presentations with me where he talks about Roblox, how he uses Robux. And if you ask him today, do you need a chocolate or Robux? He would go for Robux because then he can create a fancy avatar and move into a space and, you know, like play with his friends. That's his identity. And as per one of the reports, 1 out of 4 kids, they are pretty much changing their avatars every day. So parents are in for some serious money crunch, you know. Everyone's going for Robux, then chocolates. And this is the gaming world where these kids are getting completely raised on, though we have put a time cap for them. But they are the ones who are going to drive the Gen Z rage, and that's going to be driven by the gaming worlds in a big way, right? And what do you do in these gaming worlds? Do you go there and stick to the environment with banners and run ads out there? The answer is a big no if you speak to them. they hate ads, they hate television in a big way. They live in this particular ecosystem, which is more Web3, where they are controlling, they are creating avatars, they are controlling, they are moving in. What do we do as marketers when it comes to so many users who are the budding users who are moving into these spaces? What do we do if they don't like stickered, bannered environment? You end up creating a lot of digital humans, which are AI mascots of these brands. Have you guys seen our work on Wendy's? Show of hands. Only one, and that to my team. Okay, brilliant. So Wendy's is a virtual character we created, and Wendy's actually moves into all these gaming worlds like Fortnite, Roblox, Decentraland, and she challenges avid gamers like us. And she has beating us at that, and then she lands the core messaging of the brand. So more and more, you will see now these custom avatars getting transformed to AI-powered digital mascots of brands who are going to move into these spaces, and they're going to be doing brand storytelling in these environments, right? So that's one area where you would see a lot of these AI mascots kicking in. Today's conversation, we are going to talk about how the meta-humans of the past, which I showcased when it was Unreal 4.26, and today we are talking about Unreal 5, and you will see the output, it's so real, closer to reality. You are seeing tons of celebrities now creating their digital twins, and then they are getting to work, so they don't have to be there at the spot. Look at this movie, Vikram movie, where Kamal Hassan's meta-human was being used to do a stunt scene, right? So as we speak, there are a lot of celebs who are undergoing a render of them and creating their digital humans, who are then doing difficult tasks and multitasking in various ways, right? So my meta-human, very, very popular, especially with E4M panels. It's being around running keynotes last year. But look at the transformation and how it looks today. Let's just load it. And some of you already saw it. Hey, that's me. He just went away. Came back. All right, so now the core thing is that in this particular session, the thing to note is 5G is going to be a game changer for marketers. So we are running a series of module on marketing in the 5G era. Last week, exactly at this venue, I was running a session on drone marketing. And Taj, these guys never allowed me to float a drone. They took away my battery, actually, right? So I couldn't show the power of Swarm applications and how you can own up the skies and build some kind of a storytelling out there. Today, we don't need drones, but we are completely suited deep within. So we're going to control whatever I do, my meta-human does. And guess what? Once I create my meta-human, I don't need to be there. Somebody else can come and control my meta-human and record content out there. That makes it very powerful. Imagine top celebrities in India today, if you render their character, and if you get someone else, like you use body double. Gone are the days when Salman Khan used to come up with the movie Judwa, and people used to get shocked saying that ye dono kaise hain? Humne to real life mein ek hi dekha hai, right? Now look at this. Everyone would have their own digital twin who would then multitask and do a lot of work. What is making this possible? So all the tech stack which are there as part of our R&D lab, they are going to get live because of 5G. 5G is not here to watch video. 5G is here to do some heavy lifting on computing. And that is what we will see happening in times to come. All right. This is not supposed to be played right now. You're stealing my thunder. Okay, cool. So 5G is something which is going to be the speed pipe which is going to invoke all these tech stack which are all placed in the R&D lab, right? When we did our first campaign using MoCap, which is Group M, Essence Mediacom, along with IIC, Disney, there was a large team that worked on it. And last year, in one of the panels, I was talking about how it was like a funny context, but I meant it when I threw that use case, saying that if it's a cricket board meeting and Virat couldn't make it, and there goes Virat, he'll pop in there, and there'll be conversations which are going to be running. We actually made that possible by getting fans from various locations in India. They popped into a live studio environment, and that's how the fan meet was being done, right? How was that made possible? That is 5G for you. So 5G is not for video, but it's going to enable so many such things, which are getting suppressed because of bandwidth, are going to get invoked and are going to get live in the 5G era. And that's what you're seeing. The entire infrastructure is getting geared for it. Have you ever seen a VR device priced at 1,300 rupees? Have you? No, right? And there are tons of people who watched IPL cricket in immersive form using a VR device which is GeoDive for 1,300 rupee. That is almost like democratizing a hardware which is going to go places. And this is all part of the XR strategy with a lot of big brands and telecom operators are driving. When you're going to be giving 5G speeds to audiences, what are they going to watch? And that's where this infrastructure will come into picture. There are going to be 3D destinations where they would visit. There are going to be avatars like this which they would control. And that's going to do show and tell in various pockets out there, right? So are you with me on 5G and mocap and MetaHuman, which is today's topic, and how we leveraged it for one of the brands? And today, we also have one of my ex-colleagues, Snigdha, with me. She is a co-founder of this super duper bright startup, which helped us release this campaign on Airtel. Snigdha was with us, and she had a very interesting story in terms of how it all started and where is she today, helping us, collaborating, and we are doing a lot of work together in this sci-fi era of XR, as we call it. Snigdha, over to you.
Thank you, Neeraj. That was quite an entry. And my avatar, I've just left it for workshops with the client back at office. So I hope she's doing an amazing job. Thank you all for being here. It's truly exciting to be on the stage and to be talking about metahumans and digital twins and alter egos. It's a truly amazing journey that we are embarking right now. Before we deep dive into the used cases and what all we can do for the brands and leverage it and all of those things, I would just like to introduce myself a little bit. So I'm Snigdha, I'm co-founder at IIC. I handle the strategy side of things. My journey with strategy started long back when I was in NIFT in Bachelor's. And I got placed with top retail brands in India, Shoppers Stop, Being Human, Future Group. I soon realized that retail was not just one segment that I wanted to cater to. And I wanted to cater to automobiles, I wanted to cater to BFSI, FMCG brands, and all of those things. Sooner, I pivoted my journey and I did my MBA from Domus, passed out as a cum laude, created a lot of strategies for luxury brands back in Milan, and came back, and I knew if I had to continue my dream and journey of catering multiple brands together, the only way was being a part of an agency, and I joined WPP. So yeah, I'm a product of WPP. We used to handle a lot of amazing clients at Fitch, which is now Landor & Fitch. We used to cater Domino's, we used to cater Vicks. We had very fun times during that time, and I learned a lot. Cut to today, now me and Manish basically are running IIC. I learned the things that I've experienced, the things that I've learned, I'm trying to apply it here. IIC basically, I would not go through the entire startup struggle journey. That's for another session. IIC basically is all things MarTech. And we essentially humanize technology through design, creating very impactful and immersive solutions. As of now, the focus and the sizzling thing that we are doing is integrating 5G, XR, and AI into online interactions and offline activations. That is the core as of now. Parallelly, we are doing and working in a lot of technologies as well, one of them being MetaHuman, digital twinnings, and all of those things. So without further ado, I'll ask Manish.
How is it all evolving? Like there was an interesting example you were showing me of Keanu Reeves and how accurate the render is.
Keanu Reeves,
so
yeah.
Let's have a look at that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Let's do.
Now let's load it.
What we are and the choices we make, the worlds we build. For
And
instance,
also
I'm not
confront
even
us
sure
with
why I'm
questions
here. About why we want to choose
I remember waking up and
this
thinking that
or
I'm
that.
supposed to come here.
Why we want to make
That
X
it was
instead
important
of
for
Y.
me to ask
Where do ideas of
how do
who
we
we are
know
and what
what
we
is
want
real?
even come from?
In an industry where actors have tried to
I'm
remain
Keanu Reeves.
perpetually young.
Over 20 years
We
ago, I
wondered
first
about
played the
digital
character
faces
Thomas
that could
Anderson
become
in
immortal.
Matrix trilogy.
Hi, I'm Carrie Ann Moss, and I played Trinity in the Matrix films. 20 years ago, we asked ourselves how long it would be before faces and bodies could be changed as easily as we change clothes.
We wondered, what would identity mean in a completely digital world?
And what would reality mean when a world we can build feels as real as our own?
What just happened?
Yeah, this is what they wanted. They said they were.
So every time we show this AV to our marketers, they say this is too English. This must be all happening in Bollywood. What's the state of art when it comes to India, right? So let me just take you to our lab. and show you an Indian prototype, that how realistic is CGI is, right? Let's just play that AV, please. Let's come to India. This is India. We are building India. Extremely photorealistic. All right, how's that? This is India. Let's just stop it. How's that, guys? I need a big clap for this one, yeah? This is our output. India is doing it. Please.
Yeah.
So now in the 5G era, more and more characters are going to go photorealistic. Like last year when I used to load up my MetaHuman and do a lot of these stunts with some of my maverick CMOs in the industry, they used to love all this. And I still remember Volvoverse when we launched, and I had Amit Jain, his character which I created, and it was very, very cartoonish, but he completely loved it, right? So many guys would completely love it. And so many guys came up to me and said, this is what? This is some cartoonish gaming kind of an experience. And look at it right now, which is less than 8 months, and you're talking about characters which are completely photorealistic. And what is that this can do for you? If you have celebrities, you can render them, and then you can get someone else to record content. For all you know, in the gaming world, when the audience goes really berserk, you can introduce a celebrity inside the gaming world, like we introduce Wendy's out there. For all you know, you suddenly see Shah Rukh Khan playing against kids out there. Shah Rukh Khan is too old for that. Maybe Tiger Shroff would be a better example out there. With this, let me invite Manish. Manish and me pretty much are geared with similar kind of a costume, but before that, we want to show you an AR experience, for which I'll have to come here, because we've done some level of mapping. And this is something I wanted to do it with my very, very amazing super maverick client, Mr. Amit Doshi from Britannia CMO. He completely loves this space. So I thought I will just create a quick render for him, and please record this. I want to send it to him over WhatsApp. All right, look at this. Tap. There you go. That's an augmented reality which is getting overlaid on top of a mocap-powered MetaHuman. It can be a brand character for all you know, right? Now look at use cases for marketers. All of us in the room, we do a lot of mall activations. Can we get the face of the brand or brand ambassadors to pop into retail locations? Me and Prashant, we were having a conversation about how can we drive conversations with Gen Z outside the Burger King outlets, right? Can we have a multiplayer gaming where your lead protagonist is in studio environment? You don't even need him. All you need to just render is MetaHuman, and someone like us is sitting inside that mocap gear which I'm wearing, which is completely loaded with sensors out here, and then you can control an experience. You can get them to play a game for all you know. And that is what we intend to do right now. Me and Manish will show you a quick game, and then Manish will do the talking of how he creates all this magical stuff. Let's go for it. Come on, guys. Game time.
Well, TK, I'm loaded up. Neeraj. In 3, 2, 1, shoot. Okay. Sorry, my aim was really bad. 1 sec. 3, 2, 1. I'll now burst shoot. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Bust. 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 And bust the audiences as well.
It's burgers bursting me, Prashant. You want to play with us? Come over, you just need to dodge this. Manish and Prashant, come on guys. Prashant, Burger King.
Okay, then I think we should take a step back. Prashant, let me in center.
Are you guys both going to hit?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for doing it. Please. Yeah.
Okay.
And you're watching this, and
Okay,
there are burgers coming to you.
Okay, so I will...
You have to just dodge.
And
But it's still fine. It's still fine.
Okay. Okay, so it's a 3, 2, 1, budge. Budge here. Okay, 3, 2, 1, once more.
Oh.
3, 2, 1, once more. 1 sec. No, so I can bring it out. This is real-time physics. Okay, sorry. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, you're going now. Maybe I'll just come and...
All right, we got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prashant. We are coming to you now with the prototype since we worked so hard. Come on, guys, this team has really worked so hard. We haven't slept. Do you see an event like this where the team puts up so much efforts, right? This is seriously crazy. If we would have to do it, we could have done it in the mall, actually, with some celebrity. But What we're trying to do here is to create an experience which exists in India. It's independently, can be deployed in India. We have everything available. What you are seeing is not some PPT, which clients usually see saying that hum ye kar denge. This is India. This is why we are collaborating with startup players, using our creative thinking and deploying these kind of solutions, right? So we need to get into the drawing board and start thinking solutions for the 5G era. That is what we call it, marketing in the 5G era, which is not just to watch videos, but experiences, consumer CX, which you can never ever forget. That's what we are trying to create here, right? Are you with me? All intense looks. Kisi ko kuch samajh mein nahi aaya. But yeah, you are loving the feeling, right? So this is what we can do for you. Over to you, Manish.
Well, Neeraj, thanks a lot, and thanks for having me here. I was not quite feeling in my skin today, so I just became a cyborg. Now, as you rightly said, that I didn't have to be here. I could have joined anywhere in the world, in any shape or form. Now, this reminds me of a very recent case study of Airtel and Disney Star. So we did 10 broadcasts with them very recently, and I would like to just bring up one clip where what we were doing, we were bringing different fans from different parts of India, and they were interacting with...
Yes, this is the last one.
Okay, they were interacting with celebrities in Star Sports Studio, and this happened in just recent IPL. So can we play the clip of Ahana?
It's the last one.
I really hope we win this year, but Team RCB, win or lose, we are with you.
कौन दो खिलाड़ी हैं जिनका चेहरा है? And your time starts now.
Well, okay, the first one is my favorite, Virat Kohli. I can't guess the other one. Oh, is it our captain, Faf du Plessis?
Correct. Faf du Plessis and Virat Kohli. Ahana, तुमने prove कर दिया यहाँ पे. Yes, you are the ultimate fan. We are sending you back home as fast as we can.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Let's hug, let's see if MetaHumans also hug.
This is getting awkward, but okay, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Neeraj. Thanks for having us here.
Please. Hope this was useful and entertaining, and it's kind of left something to take back home, that gamification in 5G era is going to be a completely sci-fi universe which we need to explore as marketers, right?
I think they were sitting all through lunch as well. Give them a loud cheer, everybody. A big round of applause for such an interesting session that we have here. And may I take this opportunity to welcome on stage Mr. Anand Ranjan, VP Growth, Mob Avenue, to join us on stage and present mementos to Neeraj Ruparel, Manish Kakkar and Snigdha Singh. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. So should we give the mementos to the avatars or to the real people? Quick photo all together. Thank you so much for joining in. That was truly a very engaging session right here. Well, lots more lined up for you. There's something really exciting coming up even after this. But before that, now, it's time for the tournament that we promised you. So now, we're going to have so quick hands up for people who've downloaded the app, for Asphalt. If you could raise your hand, please, quickly. That's the tournament we're going to play right now. Just in case you've downloaded it, please raise your hands so we know who's playing. Android or iPhone users. I think Android users is quite easy. The people right there. So may I request from the team, you can have Sagar play it out together. You can put them into the lobby. And may I also have Tanya as the caster and commentator for the game. So we're going to do this right away. You want to check? So we have star Tanya as the caster and commentator for the game. Can you welcome her with a huge round of applause? Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Over to you, Tanya.
Hello everyone, this is me, Tanya, and the summit exactly is about the gaming, and we have been hyped up a lot by Rahul repeatedly that he is going to bring in a lot of thrill, a lot of adventure, and what better way than gaming. And we are involving a race game which is Asphalt 9. Those who are playing, please raise your hands once again, because you need to join in the lobby, and there is a back-end support for you guys to just join in the lobby. By the way, before we jump into the game, let's have a small conversation. Have you ever been into gaming, or this is going to be very first time? Have you been into gaming by any chance? You have been playing games? Yeah? Not that much. Okay. I've got a strong gaming background, maybe PC gaming, mobile gaming, and right now Asphalt 9 as of now. Pretty excited to host you all, cast for you all. And as promised, there are going to be prizes as well. Make sure you give it all, give your fullest with everything. And I will check out with the lobby as well. While the lobby is created, I believe we'll have to go for... So it would be a great way to connect with you all on the move. Who's playing games again? You are. Which all games have you played, by the way?
Counter-Strike, Dota, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, GTA 4, 2, 3, 5. Yeah.
So you have got a good gaming background, so you believe you're going to be a tough competition, because here we do have newbies who have just installed the game.
Khel ke, you know, you can see gray hair, so.
Okay, good luck. Who has just downloaded the game? You have, okay. Okay, that would be great. So which all games have you played by far?
I have only played the casual games like, I think Ludo is one.
So we have got a new, absolutely new one, new player within us, and he has played Ludo, Snakes and Ladders, all the basics games that he's talking about. So I don't know how far or how tough competition you're going to be, but I believe Asphalt is one of the games where you can immediately jump in with the thrill and win it. So good luck. So it's going to be you, him, and are you playing as well? Okay, we have got a... you have played.
Call of Duty, and then along with, like, of course, PUBG.
Now BGMI.
NFS, right? Yeah.
So I'll ask you a few questions for BGMI because you've been a gamer. Yeah, I'll be asking him. Till the lobby is created, I'm not going to leave around. I'm going to talk with everyone. So your favorite gun and BGMI? Okay, PUBG.
Okay, yeah. So it's N7. Yeah, right.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good game. Now, I'll connect back to you, but before that, I believe I should be talking to the one who has got gray hairs in his bed. Okay, while gaming. We'll talk about CS. How hyped up are you about CS2?
CS2, I mean, not by par with CS1 because CS1 is an emotional, right? So it is emotion, and CS2 I tried, you know, how PUBG and they made other Call of Duty 2 and all of that. But nostalgia is nostalgia, right? So nothing compared to the old CS. He can agree with.
Even I do agree. Even I started playing with the CS days itself. So yeah.
Which was your favorite, Terrorist or Counter?
You have been playing CS all the way? Okay, what's your favorite gun in CS?
CS, it is MG.
You know, I started spamming M249, do you know that? And I've been abused so bad. So, yeah. Anyway, are you playing right now? Okay, we have... Not everyone is playing. Okay, we have got that one raising your hand. You're playing as well?
No, I'm not playing.
Okay, what's your favorite game anyway?
BGMI.
Okay, should I ask you a few questions about BGMI?
Beryl.
We have got a lot of fan moment for Beryl, by the way. He's your partner. Beryl, squad banakar khel lo saath mein. We have got CS as well. And I do believe lobby ready hua. It's not yet downloaded. You are downloading. We have got this one downloading, that person downloading. Itni baar Rahul mentioned download karke rakho. Wife. Acha. Okay, so you're using Jio by any chance? You're using Jio or Airtel? Okay. Both are not working. You know, I just downloaded here itself. Jio. Jio is working amazing here. And Airtel, of course, they are also. Okay, we'll sort it out. We'll wait. Till then, we'll be playing some other games, just like till the game is installed. Those who are playing, please, I would request you all to hop into stage, just like one of the person advised. We'll be playing some other games until then. So the thing is, there are a lot of people who are still downloading. So let's wait. Let's make everyone download. And once that is done, we'll continue with the game itself. Till then, let's call back Rahul on stage. Where is Rahul? So yeah, we have Rahul again. The stage, please open. We'll be playing a little later.
All right, so we have a quick, thank you so much, Tanya. But now we have a quick rapid fire round right here. And this is for the audience, so quickly going into the audience. In the meantime, make sure you share your comments on hashtag E4MGameOn. And now it's time for my rapid fire. So browsing through and let's go, okay? Here comes, these are random questions, these are random rapid fire questions. Let's see who gets them right in their own way. It's not a close-ended answer that we're looking at, but this is a rapid fire in the audience. All right, so I'm going to randomly go to every table and ask you one question. Anybody can answer from your respective table. I'm going to quickly go right here. Let me go at the tables at the back, right here, okay? So starting from here, I'm going to ask you, If you could collaborate with any fictional character for a marketing campaign, who would it be and what would the campaign be about? Okay? Any fictional character. Any character. Come on, let's see who gives out the best replies. This can open up to any other table as well if you want to answer. Any fictional random character. Could be anything. And what would the campaign be about? Give it some thought. Give it a little 30-seconder. Give it something. कौन सा ऐसा character हो सकता है? We saw some interesting avatars on stage. So who do you think would be your favorite character? And what would the marketing campaign be about? Okay, we have a participant here. So if you could rise up and introduce yourself first for the team.
So my name is Mohit K. I'm from Essence Mediacom. So I would actually collaborate with Franklin from GTA 5 because he has the largest network of gangsters in GTA 5.
That's an interesting one.
With that network, I can sell anything.
But suppose, okay, so you've chosen Franklin. What would be the product that you would love to advertise? You know, what would you go ahead with? What would be the campaign? I mean, the campaign for which product, if I may say?
Can be a fictional campaign as well.
You have the creative juices going through. So what's the thought that you have in mind?
So if it's GTA 5, why would I not sell ammunition?
After those shells being fired on stage? Yes, wonderful. I think we should give him a big loud cheer. Very creative in less than a minute. Way to go, man. Way to go. Okay, so rapid fire continues. And name a brand apart from yours. The apart from yours is in bracket. Name a brand apart from yours that has its marketing game on point and why. Okay. So कोई एक ऐसा marketing campaign जो आपने देखा है या सुना है, whatever medium that you've seen it on, that is point and you really admire apart from your own. So we are not promoting our own campaigns. Okay, so think about it. Anything that you absolutely love, admire, saying, wow, how I wish that I would have done that campaign. If I give you a very interesting example, one is Nike. Nike never advertises shoes. It never talks about what technology it's using to create footwear. In fact, it doesn't talk footwear at all. My personal favorite being the fact that it always says it honors great athletes. I saw an interesting reel today, and it says it always honors athletes and athletics, and that's the focus. So Nike always says, just do it. So that's one thing that I admire. What is yours? I really want to know, because we have the best marketing minds here. So what is that one campaign you absolutely love, admire, adore? So if you could first introduce yourself and then go ahead with the campaign.
Hi, this is Gaurav Sharma from BWise Media. And one of the campaigns that I'm going to talk about was something that I saw back in 2018 when Pakistan Cricket Board basically had announced retirement for Misbah-ul-Haq and Yunus Khan. And their campaign for the last test...
They actually retire, is it? Just joking.
They did retire after that match. So the campaign was Miss You. And it was for Misbah, MIS, and YOU for Yunus Khan. So it was a really simple, subtle campaign that still stayed with me till date.
I think that is a very interesting one from across the border as well. Way to go! In fact, if you watch all the Eid commercials, if you watch campaigns across Pakistan, the Eid campaigns are fantastic. Surf Excel वही tagline वहाँ पर बहुत interesting way में use करता है. And should really the way they're executed, it's done to brilliance. Okay, running to my third rapid fire question: if marketers had the ability to control one social media platform for a day, which platform would you choose and why? Now, this is very interesting. अगर एक social media platform आप control कर सकते हैं right from start to end for an entire day, 24 hours, which platform would you like to choose and why? Come up with your own. Oh, we've got one person right there. Okay, so if you could introduce yourself and then the idea.
Hi, this is Sandeep from Densu Creative.
So what's that one social media platform that you'd love to be at the head of all the affairs?
Twitter. Yeah.
Reason, and what would you do with Twitter now with everything done? And
No, there's a lot to happen still, I feel. And I think everyone would have that on their mind. Why to control Twitter?
But why would you choose it over Instagram or LinkedIn or any other social media, Facebook primarily? Why do you think Twitter is that one medium which...
I think it's still one of the most platform where the profiles are public and, it still drives a lot of opinions. So to cut the fake ones, I think that control is still to be taken.
It's just like a one-on-one connect is what you believe. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. And going to this question on my list. Okay. This is one of those questions that I ask CEOs on stage, but this is an interesting rapid fire one. It says your marketing mantras summarized in 5 words, okay? So your favorite marketing mantra or line, marketing mantras in 5 words, or what's your marketing mantra? Okay, so if somebody has a very catchy phrase or a line which drives them, this is the last one on my list. Anything that drives you, okay? What's that one motto that drives you? We have one. Yeah. Yes, ma'am, if you could introduce yourself.
My name is Dimple. I'm a marketing lead for QU Media. So it's a simple sentence which I always use. Try to make a campaign which has the ability to sell ice to the Eskimos.
Ice to the Eskimos and, a speck of sand in the desert. Wonderful. Way to go. I love this. It's a set of creative people. And with this, it's time for our next part. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next panel discussion. And before that, there's a masterclass happening. This is going to be very exciting. It's a masterclass on esports and gaming. And it's also going to have a unique Q&A session after it for understanding what brands should do in gaming and in esports. So we have with us, I promised you this masterclass is going to happen. We have with us Mr. Arun Sadasivan, Business Director, Group M ESP. Joining him is, once again back on stage, Utsav Umang, Founder, Exos Esports, and along with him is the biggest Indian gamer influencer, Aditya Sawant, aka Dynamo Gaming. Let's welcome the three with a huge round of applause. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye as we present this very interesting masterclass. Over to you.
Hello, check. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so what have we learned so far today? We know that gaming has evolved into a large media landscape with numerous gamers. We heard a lot about what the publishers had to offer in terms of their new initiatives. We also got a glimpse into the new technologies and immersive experiences in our previous session. But before we move into our last panel, we thought it's important for you to understand the 360 of gaming. So what should a brand be doing? What's important for them? How do we connect with the gamer? How do we connect with the influencer? These are certain important things that we thought you guys should know before we move into our last session. So we just wanted to show you a couple of things as well. So guys, there's a presentation that should be on the screen right now. Okay, so while that's happening, I think we'll start off by asking some questions to both of these guys here. So we have Utsav, who's the founder of EXO. So Utsav, so basically with regards to the topic, right, we're trying to figure out what should brands be doing in this space? What's right, what's wrong? We can't really, there's no fixed model in which a brand can address gaming. Depending on the category, depending on what we're doing, of course, there are multiple different ways. So specifically to you, with regards to tying up with esport events or with regards to tying up with esport teams, where do you think brands are getting it right? Where do you think brands are getting it wrong?
So hi everyone. I think the brand should keep the brief very open, first of all. What we see, the briefs that are coming in and the objectives that are coming in, the campaign details that are coming in, it's very hardcore. And since the knowledge about the industry is not very great right now and there's not much results-based observations we have. Okay, so I think in front of you, we should be very open to what kind of teams we are looking at and what kind of events we want to partner. That totally depends on what's the scale of the event, first of all. The second is what is the objective of it? Is it a fun tournament, or it is a hardcore esports tournament, or it is a reality show kind of a tournament? What is there? Okay, and what kind of integration we are doing. In terms of the influencer campaign, if we do, again, it varies from influencer to influencer. So if you're going to influencer, we should be very open to them. How do you want to take it forward, and how do you want to take it? So we should always listen to them once, and we should also take their feedback, what they're trying to, because we don't have much case studies in gaming right now for endemic or non-endemic, both in India right now currently.
Okay. Thank you for that, Utsav. So Dynamo, is it weird that you're in an audience where people are not shouting your name right now?
I'm quite nervous, to be honest.
Okay, so guys, in case you don't know, Dynamo has only 10 million followers. So he's a little guy sitting very humbly here with us.
Thank you.
So Dynamo, something very similar we were discussing backstage as well, right? So in terms of when brands approach you, there are multiple kinds of briefs that come to us. One very detailed, which has, I am targeting this audience, I want this idea, I want this here, that, everything very clear. And then you have those brands who say, I want to do something in gaming.
Yes.
Like just something, but they're not really clear. So which one do you prefer, and how do you navigate this?
So there are two kinds of brand integration. One is short term, one is long term. And to be honest, I prefer long term. That is purely based on what type of content you make and what type of content your audience absorb it and consume it. So short term is like they'll say, just put it on starting of the video or starting of the stream. That is, to be honest, make no sense for me, because the audience are there for your content, right? Once they'll charge in your channel, they'll be like, there's an ad going on. So what I do is I'll transfer my ideas to the brands. Like let's do one thing. We'll make it in my ideology. Let's give me some creative freedom, so that I can meld that to be honest, that particular term on my content, so that audience will get to know. For example, if I'm using a headset, so I'll tell audience, guys, there's someone in Northwest, that guy is shooting, that guy is running over there. And then I can tell them this headset can give me more hearing sense or something. So that would be a long-term efforts from my side.
Okay. Thanks for that, Dynamo. Taking cue from what you just said, one of the things that we should be taking into consideration, like he said, was long-term and short-term. So there are brands that look at tactical campaigns with gaming. There are brands that look at strategic campaigns with gaming. What we need to understand from the consumer, who's the watcher, here the consumer is also a gamer, what is it that he wants? Is he okay with a brand tying up in a manner where you use an influencer for one post, walk away? Is he going to be loyal to you? I don't think so, and that's what we're hearing as well. Let's get a perspective from an event side of things. Again, in events, like Dynamo was saying about long-term, short-term, strategic, tactical, how does it work in the event space? How do you guys approach it? Do you advise brands to go long-term, short-term? Have you seen brands achieving more success in short-term, long-term? What works there?
So as Dynamo suggested, the long-term is always the best solution, because we can build up something, and then we can, from campaign to campaign, we can add value, and we can connect to events also. And in terms of the brand results also, in terms of the esports events that are happening, right? So when we take a brief, we always suggest, let's say we have a X amount of budget, we always say let's distribute in 2 different quarters or 3 different quarters, and let's spread it and do a small activity. We don't have to always go for the big activities. We should always have a continuous process where we at least we are trying to, what is the brand ideology and how we are forwarding it. So that is our method. We take the brief, we tell them these are the activities we suggest, and these are the also activities we want to connect it in future once these 2 quarter activities gets over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in terms of the boxes that we need to tick, oh, the presentation is back. Thank you. If you could just now move to slide 2 and 3, we've discussed that already without. Okay, so we just wanted to show you in terms of details of how detailed a brand could go into a presentation. This is just a dummy in terms of what a brand could expect. If you could just go to the next slide. This is what, by the way, we hear most often. I want to do something in gaming. And then it's left up to us. And then it's left up to us in terms of what we go back with, right? So this is an open canvas which we need to draw whatever we feel fits for the brand. So through what we learned today during the entire session, we understood that there are multiple different opportunities. So there's content, there's experience, you have game events, you have in-game integrations, which could be ads, which could be organically tying up with the game itself. Taking cues from there and moving into the next topic that we wanted to talk about was actually in-game integrations. So we were actually discussing few brands which had ads within the game, and where gamers were not very happy in terms of being interrupted in the game that we were playing. So we spoke about some fun examples of a global game called Call of Duty, where you see Hummer, which is a very organic fit into the game itself. It doesn't interrupt anyone, and everybody seamlessly seems to enjoy it because it happens to be the fastest car in the game. And Dynamo, you were also giving us an example in terms of the game that you were playing, right? Some of the cars that you were using, if you could just throw some light on that, please.
The in-game.
Yeah.
All right. So
in BGMI.
BGMI, yeah. So there was a camping like Tesla over there, Koenigsegg was there, Lamborghini is currently going on, Bugatti is over there as well. So what you can do is you can just get some uses and all, get those cars in your in-game and use it as your content and maybe just for the game or something like that.
Perfect. So, see, when you hear BGMI, does it strike you that you're hearing brands like Koenigsegg, you're hearing brands like Bugatti? Because when you see the game being played, it's a pretty massy game. Yet you see luxury brands fitting into the game seamlessly, and how you use it and how you showcase the brand is what matters the most. So that's just one example that we want to talk about. Also, Utsav, coming to you, in terms of integrations within live streams, has that evolved from just pure logo placements that you see in live streams, or are there newer ways in which brands can actually integrate in the live streams itself?
So it has changed quite a bit. So now, before, when we used to do a campaign in 2020 and 2021, past two, three years back, when BGMI, when PUBG was there, before the BGMI ban, it was just about placing the logo, L-bands, and playing the 30-second ad, and we can do that. But now the brands have also, the endemic brands, those who are doing esports for a long time, now they know it is not just about the placement, logo, and everything. So now they prefer the influencers should use the product, talk about their features, talk about how they are getting benefited from them, and also they should use it for a long time. Okay. So now the endemic brands, for sure, they want them to use the product, give them an organic review, how it is using it. It is not about what is the term that I want to say. It is about when you are doing a 4-hour long stream, and gaming this is what is known for. Like at nowhere you can watch any influencer live, right? The gaming is the only place where you can experience the live, and you can get the reviews also in a live experience. So they want if you are doing a 4-hour long stream, it should be a very organic integration. It should be like it is not, you are not trying to sell it, basically.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so guys, there's something that I just wanted to showcase to you in terms of what you can follow as a general mantra. I'm not saying there's a one-size-fits-all kind of a solution when it comes to brands in gaming, but essentially what you can look at is what we discussed in terms of content. But when we are talking about gaming content, it's the content that the influencer is producing. It's the content that the game maker or the publisher or the event organizer is producing. It's also content that the brand is producing itself, right? So it's a function of merging all three and providing the consumer with what he wants. So like Dynamo was saying, it's very important that you understand what the gamer himself is suggesting to the brand, because that's what will work for his audience, and he knows his audience best. So it's on us to actually educate, inform the brand that when we are creating the content, it should be made in such a way where the brand should be integrated, how subtly it should be integrated, or in your face. So it's basically up to us to discuss that. When it comes to experience, I think, Neeraj, you blew our mind away with what you were just showcasing to us. There are so many new avenues with technology today where we have a chance to give a consumer a very unique experience, something that he's never seen before. If you can merge content, experience together, nothing like it. At the end of the day, it's very imperative for us to merge many of these things together, like influencers with experience, gaming events and influencers, in-game integrations and experience. And one thing that we always forget when we are talking about gaming is, we were just having a chat again backstage about what do they do when they're not gaming. Whenever we talk about gamers, we think we should only tie up with streams, we think we should only tie up with events, but it's also important for us to catch them outside of the zone where they're actually sitting. Now, for example, Dynamo, you were having a chat with me about you like music, and there are... Yeah, so if you can just tell us what are the things that you do outside of gaming.
Yeah, so I randomly get these questions asked from my colleagues and all the interviews as well, like what do you do outside gaming? So I prefer music concerts sometimes, Saturday, Sunday, it's a fun time for me. I'm not that much into fitness, so I do regularly cycling. That's all I can do. And sometimes a walk with my dog. that could be answer for this question.
Okay. So Utsav, what you've seen with your esports team, right? You have multiple different gamers there. So outside of the things that they do every day in the gaming ecosystem, you would say they're very well versed with pop culture today. You can say that they do attend events. Like, just throw some light on what is it that your gamers are doing on a daily basis.
Yeah, so we honestly see this as a audience overlap is there, and when we see as a gamer, when we had a gaming house and we had a team also called Team X in BGMI, okay. So music is a priority. Music is a thing that they always do. They go out for like, the age is 28 from 26, okay. So whatever you can think of, okay, the Gen Zs are doing, okay. So they are into it. But yeah, music concert, going out, playing some games, again, offline physical games. So that they're also, so one of the things that I always patient also, it's very similar when you talk about the cricket and the esports, okay. So 90% those who are into esports, you will find that they also watch cricket very much, okay, and they are into cricket.
Okay, so basically the reason why we brought this last is while we're talking about everything else in terms of content, experience, gaming events, in-game and influencers, all of this is very core to gaming. But it's in order to scale whatever you're doing with a brand, it's very important to step outside of this core. Now, for example, if we are doing something with Dynamo in a gaming event, it's just known. You know that that's exactly what the brand's going to do, and you're going to get that set number of people who are there. How about we take this experience outside of this gaming event? What if we take it to a Supersonic or a Sunburn? That audience there today, we were talking about 500 million gamers, so obviously we know the numbers are large, but it's about how we scale the idea that we're talking about and not just limit it within the core gaming universe and move it more towards the casual gaming universe. So that in a nutshell is basically what we wanted to cover. So just a quick recap, guys. It's content, it's experience that you can give them in a gaming event or pop culture events, mixing with influencers, in-game integrations. Keep in mind, you can mix multiple of these together. If you can bring them all together, nothing like it. And you'll see a huge form and factor in how we're moving from content to commerce in gaming, where you'll see, for example, a Dynamo directly linking your product to sales when he's putting up his links there. You will see the same thing through experiences in the metaverse, where there is a new property that one of our partners is launching. Through the metaverse, you can buy a product in the metaverse, which you then get physically. So you see a lot of linkage happening here. But yeah, guys, in a nutshell, this is basically the small mantra that we wanted to share with you. If you guys have any questions, we're open for some. Okay, so I'm guessing that was, oh no.
Hello? Yeah. Hi. Actually, I have a very specific question, and this is for the larger group. You gave us a great framework in terms of how to approach a gaming brief. If you could delve a little more on probably looking at some categories on how do we approach this. So for example, I think a previous slide spoke about apparel as a category. So if apparel as a category or a client from an apparel category has to get involved into gaming, what would the roadmap be of the last slide? And if you could take up a couple of more categories, I think it would be fruitful for the group at large. Thanks.
Okay, got it. So apparel as a category. So you went non-endemic in a sense. Okay, so I think the first thing that three of us would think of when it came to apparel is, how can we do this seamlessly? So I think in BGMI, you start with no clothes, right?
No clothes?
Yeah, he starts the character in the game, like when you start.
No, so actually the game gives you a proper costume for that.
Okay, so they provide that with you.
Provide it.
So I think the best way to approach it would be, think of a game where apparel would fit in organically, as that would be my first thought. So if we had to do BGMI, you can put clothes in the game for you to purchase from the store?
Yes, exactly.
You can do that?
Yeah, it's
so,
a store.
There is a store.
There's
Okay.
a store, yeah.
So I think the first step would be to think of what you can do organically. Now, for example, apparel, just to give you an example, linking all the things that we spoke about. First, we would say an in-game integration where you have actual apparel of the brand available in the game, in the store. So link that to your retail in a way where a gamer who purchases it for his operator in the game also gets that in real life in the retail store. So he's purchasing it in the game, he's getting it in the retail store, and move that retail store to your gaming events as well. From your gaming events, give them an experience that they can't buy by tying up with an influencer who's doing the same thing. So change your entire retail store to look like the store in the game. So basically find multiple ways to bring together the same campaign that you're starting with to give it hands and legs and of course scale it up. And like both Utsav and Dynamo said, keep it long term so the consumer remembers and knows who you are and what you're associated with.
Another one that we are also doing with one of the FMCG brand for the 2 minutes noodle or FMC or chips brand, any if you're looking at, they are trying to do it with one of the games where we'll drop off some of the chips or 2 minutes noodles where they have to stay there and make that noodles, or they can just unwrap it and eat it basically. One of the game integration is there. Another one, the out of the game integration with the same game, what we're trying to do is we'll drop a QR code in their packets, okay, and they can come and join the tournament and play, and there will be a regional and then international tournament happening for that. So by eating the particular chips or 2 minutes noodle, what you will get where you can come and join the tournament also. Plus you will get the in-game benefit both.
So actually you can take that to more places as well from there. So you can take that to giving them an experience through him consuming the product, sort of VR, AR experience that Neeraj actually showed. So there are multiple ways in which you can do this, but essentially it's about covering the entire spectrum of what we basically showcased to you guys. Okay? Okay. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, I think that was a very interesting session that highlighted a lot of details about the topic. So may I request now Mr. Pyara Singh Gambhir, Deputy General Manager Paytm, as to join us on stage and present mementos to our panelists. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye as we welcome him on stage. Big thank you to Arun Sadasivan. Special thanks to Utsav Umang and obviously to Aditya Sawant aka Dynamo Gaming. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye for the three of them. And a quick photo follows. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on stage, sharing your thoughts, your ideas. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, right here, it gets very exciting because now we are into the last lap. Yes, and the games are on. Make sure there are these QR codes on your respective desks. And Pocket has these amazing games for you. The leaderboard is seen outside if you want to take over or overtake. This is the last chance that you've got. Make sure you scan the QR code right there at the desk and play the game, and who knows, you could be amongst the top 3 lucky winners. You know what it is finally there on as prizes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now time for the last panel discussion of the day. And this is where E4M, Group M, ESP, Game On, Online Gaming Summit goes to the finale. We are going to talk about what does gaming mean to gamers and brands. This panel discussion is a candid session between the gamers who not only made a living out of gaming, but have also made esports a full-time career, with them earning in millions with their association with brands and brands' business side perspective on it. The gamers and brands will share their part of their success story. So this is the most exciting part of the summit. May I welcome on stage, in random order, Ankit Pant, Red Bull athlete. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. We also have Saloni, aka Millie Kya Millie, esports athlete. Let's welcome Saloni with a huge round of applause. Also joining in will be Raj Verma, aka Snacks Gaming, esports athlete. Joining in will be Prashant Sukhwani, VP Marketing, Burger King. Ronnie Das Gupta, aka Rockney, Indian roaster and gamer. Joining in will be Anshu Bist, aka Gamer Fleet, Indian YouTuber and gamer. George Kuvu, CCO, WM. Abhishek Agrawal, co-founder and CEO, Trinity Gaming, session chair. And also joining in will be Aditya Sawant, back again, aka Dynamo Gaming, esports athlete. Let's welcome our session chair and our esteemed panelists on stage. It's going to be a widescreen photograph for sure. They say save the best for the last. Over to our session chair, Abhishek Agrawal, co-founder and CEO, Trinity Gaming. Over to you, sir.
Hello guys, welcome all of you. We do have a lovely panel right now with gamers and brands and agencies. What gaming means to brands and gamers, right? So I would like to open this question for all of us. I mean, we'll start with Ankit Pant. What gaming means to you? Can you just briefly explain us?
To me, gaming means everything. Whatever I've built from gaming only. I started when I was 15 years old, and since then I've been playing games. It was FPS CS 1.6 to CSGO, then Valorant now, and hopefully in the future CS2.
Adi?
So gaming, basically it means a package of entertainment so that I could provide entertainment to my audience. That could be a great choice to be a gamer and to, you know, just to entertain your audience and make some connection with them. That's it.
Prashant, what game?
Hi guys, so probably I'm the only millennial in this entire group. Oh, I've got one more over there. Hi. So a very different answer. Whilst most of the people over here are creating content and earning a livelihood out of gaming, gaming for me, I would say, is from two perspectives. One is very personal, because I was a very lonely person. I was the only child, right? And gaming kind of helped me develop a lot of skill sets and pass time. So I would say gaming for me is a very personal thing wherein it allows me to be very therapeutic. It allows me to explore creativity. It allows me to become curious, because a lot of games that I play are a lot into history, a lot into cultures, story-driven narratives as we call them. So gaming, that perspective allows me to develop myself a little more than who I am. Sorry for my voice, I've been very ill. The other thing with respect to as a brand manager or a brand marketer, gaming really allows me to connect with audiences in a very unique way, because at the end of the day, marketing is all about aggregation of consumers, and gaming community is such that it really allows you to establish communities and connections which go far beyond just a normal campaign or just advertising. So that's my perspective on gaming.
Very lovely answer coming from Prashant. Now I would like to ask Saloni, what does gaming mean to you?
Gaming for me is just lifestyle, it's a escapism. I'm an introvert person, so for me, gaming makes me explore myself more and my personality. So yeah, it just helped me with my lifestyle.
That's great. Ronnie?
Hi.
Hi. You are late to the party.
थोड़ा सा ट्रैफिक होता है यार, sorry. I'm so sorry for being late, guys.
What does gaming mean to you?
Gaming, to me, gaming means an escape. To me, it's an escape from all the realities. जब भी ऐसा लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है ना, मेरे को ऐसा समझ में नहीं आता क्या करना है, गेम खेलने बैठ जाता हूँ. सब छोड़ छाड़ के गेम चलाता हूँ, हेडफोन लगा लेता हूँ, दुनिया को भूल जाता हूँ, बस खेलो. It's an escape for me. Yeah.
Again, that's a very unique answer. Escapism. What does gaming mean to you, Raj? or
हेलो
Raj?
एवरीवन सो मेरे लिए गेमिंग बचपन से आई एम प्लेइंग गेम्स. मेरे लिए एक हॉबी था गेम खेलना. जैसे मैं स्कूल से आता था, कॉलेज से आता था, 2-3 घंटे गेम खेल लिया, काम कर लिया, एंड द डे विद पीस ऐसा गेम वेम खेल के. तो इट स्टार्टेड विद द हॉबी एंड वो हॉबी प्रोफेशन में मैंने कन्वर्ट कर लिया. इट्स माई पैशन नाउ. मैं अर्न करता गेमिंग से, अपना घर जो भी है मेरी फैमिली सपोर्ट करता विद फाइनेंशियल हेल्प्स एंड ऑल. तो आई टर्न माई हॉबी इनटू पैशन. इट्स एवरीथिंग फॉर मी. द पूरा दिन गेमिंग 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 गेमिंग.
So now we can say that खेलोगे कूदोगे तो बनोगे नवाब. What does gaming mean to you, George? I mean,
Yeah,
I
hi.
think you do have any personal connect with gaming or just a professional connect?
No, I did have a deep personal attachment to games. Drove my parents absolutely nuts because I was stuck onto gaming and consoles all my life. I mean, I wish they were here to see where it landed me finally, but yeah, that's what it is. But it started off as casual gaming to escape stuff and, express myself. Now it's ended up as a revenue stream. So I'm thankful for it.
So I think that's a lovely answer to this question by all of us. Specifically, everybody has a personal connect to the gaming. And specifically for me, I mean, these gamers are giving me a livelihood. I'm being paid by them. So now I would like to have this open question for all the gamers, right? And I would like to start with Adi. What are the key attributes that you think help become a successful gaming influencer? So I mean, and also just talk about a gamer and a gaming influencer. How does it, how do you manage both of the lives?
So I started back in 2010. I started my channel in 2010. I've been uploading since 2010 to 2016. So that time I was only a gamer, not an influencer. I was only playing, uploading stuffs and uploading videos and all. 2016 to 2000 till now I've been streaming. And I guess influencer part was activated in 2017 or something, right? So to be honest, being a gamer or influencer is kind of a two different thing, but if you learn both of them, that would be really helpful for you to be a influencer gamer kind of thing. So I guess it's just a 50-50% and you just have to make a balance. That's it. You play games, you entertain your audience, and you do some ads in that. So we call it an influencer activity. And I think that's it. It's not a big deal. It's very easy for a gamer.
So nowadays, gamers are becoming key opinion leaders also. That's a very big thing nowadays, right? Again, Saloni, would you like to take this question?
Yeah. I mean, if you talk about the attribute, if you are an influencer, either be a gamer influencer or a regular lifestyle influencer, you got to be very candid. If you can't be candid, you can't fake for long. So the more you are candid, the more will people relate to you, and the more the audience you'll get. If your personality is that charming, to get that kind of audience, that's an attribute for me.
So I think on this panel, we have seen Ankit Pant, I mean, competing in esports tournaments, from being a Red Bull athlete also, right? And we see that he has played a lot of tournaments and he's very active on YouTube. So Ankit, what do you think, what are the key attributes you think to be a successful gamer?
So when you say gamer, I take it as I'm an esports athlete, so I'll give you that perspective. competing is everything for an athlete. And when I started, I think I saw that you can represent India in this field. So, that kind of motivated me. And the key attributes would be, you have to be patient, you have to, work hard and be consistent in this field. Only then, you will get results, because the competition is very tough and the scene in India especially is booming now. There are a lot of tournaments coming, a lot of investments are being made in gaming. So I think you should be patient and keep working hard, and eventually you will be there.
So that's great. We have seen, through our gamers, we have heard that gaming brings passion, consistency, sincerity. They're also making a life out of it. Now I will move to Prashant. Prashant, what does gaming mean to you? How do you anticipate the gaming industry and esports evolving in the next 5 to 10 years? What is your brand planning to adopt and grow?
Okay, so that's a very loaded question.
I know.
Yeah, because it's gaming in the next 5 to 10 years. If we retrospectively look at gaming, what it has reached today, we never thought that photorealism is a word that we would be talking about on stages like these. And that's all because of ray tracing. Ray tracing is nothing but ensuring that the shadows when the light falls is correct in a gaming frame, in a frame. So when you look at CGI of Hollywood, you consider it to be very realistic. That's what gaming has reached today, wherein, a session some time ago was all about meta-humans, wherein an Unreal Engine, which is a gaming technology, allows people to be very realistic in their form and format, and it will be very difficult for audiences like you and me to really identify whether it's reality or whether it's virtual. So that is what it has reached today. So if you're talking about 5 to 10 years, a couple of trends which I definitely see happening is one, there would be no limitation of hardware. What I mean by that is, today there are exclusive gaming content and games either for the Xbox or for the PlayStation 5 or for the PC. That limitation is no longer going to be there, because hardware is going to be agnostic. And with recently Apple launching the Vision Pro, we can clearly see that the way we look at AR, MR, VR, XR, right, it's all blurred now. So one of the trends is there will not be hardware limitations. It will be very accessible. Another anthropological thing that I'm seeing is, when we look at our parents, right, including mine, they did not understand gaming too much. But now we have parents who are gamers themselves. And we have people who are going to come into the industry who are digital natives and gamers themselves. So now gaming is no longer something which we used to call very proudly that we are nerds and hence we are gamers, but it's mainstream and mass. So suddenly you will see gaming not only being that elusive 15 to 25, but you will talk about gaming content, audiences who are in their mid-30s, mid-40s, maybe even 50s as well. So 10 years from today, wow, I will be in my 40s, right? And I will be one of the gamers who people would want, brands like me, would want to engage with, and gaming companies would want to create content for. So hardware agnostic, a larger pool of audiences which connects with gaming and are gamers themselves. And lastly, what I see is this entire mechanic which is free to play, which is on mobile, which is all about gacha and psychology, wherein they extract money out of people so that you get a dopamine rush, and that becomes frequency so that you keep doing it again and again. That will probably go away, because suddenly you have a bigger audience pool available who is ready to give you revenue, and hence you do not need to resort to these kind of mechanisms. So all these loot boxes or all these cosmetic things that you need to buy with real money, that would reduce a lot, because frankly, as a gamer, and I do not know whether you'll agree with it, I cannot stand those games. If I have paid you a retail price for any game, give me the full experience. Don't ask money again and again. And that's why the AAA industry will have to change focus towards gamers.
So that's a great insight, guys. I mean, gaming has no age barrier, and now we know his age also. So moving on to George. What is your take on gaming as a more immersive and engaging platform for marketing compared to traditional digital and social media platforms?
Yeah, so super question. I'll split that into two parts. I'll start with my take on gamers and then go into my take on gaming platforms. I see gamers as three categories of gamers. One is the serious pro category gamers like we have on stage. Second is the casual gamers, and the third is the absolute novices and the spectators part of it. Okay, all three are. Sorry, the third part I would take as creators, basically. Yeah. So the first part, the first type of gamers can become influencers and opinion leaders, and brands can use them to be spokespersons or influencers or whatever. The second category of gamers, who are the casual gamers, are the target audience, basically. And you're talking about almost 500 million people in India at the moment who play casual games, over 500 million people. So each one of them becomes a target audience, and they are the followers of all the influencers. Creators, of course, can become partners with brands to create content, create games, and anything in the environment. As far as the platform goes, I think it's one of the fastest growing. I think you've heard this all morning and afternoon. It's the fastest growing platform at the moment. I think what you get with that is fantastic opinion leaders and a very dedicated community and followers. I think you will not find a more dedicated community as you will find the gaming community. They're addictive. They come every day. They follow their leaders. They follow their, their celeb gamers everywhere that they go, and they hang on to every word that they say. So if you have celebrity gamers say something, that will be followed. I can guarantee you that. And if you are targeting anything to the Gen Z, I think you can't afford to lose out on the gaming platform or on gamers. Also, I think Prashant touched upon it, and I just want to add to it. Today, I think you consider gaming as a subculture, but I think to someone who's in that age group and in the Gen Z, it is mainstream. So I think we got to start accepting that and move on to it like that. And I think purely from an agency standpoint and a creative standpoint, I would say that we are moving on from the traditional forms of advertising to creating experiences. And the more brands embrace that, and they are moving towards creating experiences, I think gaming and gaming platforms and gamers will play a very important role.
So, George, you just mentioned about the immersive and experiential marketing, right? Prashant, we were just having a chat about your strategies evolving AR, right, to promote Burger King as a brand. So can you just talk more about it?
Sure. So before I go into what Burger King has been doing with respect to gaming campaigns, I think what George said about immersive experiences, I think one example that comes to my head is Fortnite live events. And Fortnite live events really revolutionized the entire way a game can become a social platform. So right from Scott Travis concert, which was viewed by 12 million people plus live at the same time, to it revamping itself with the entire Galactus live event or something. What is happening is games are becoming more social in nature. Whilst there's a competitive angle to it, I'm talking about casual gaming. Please do not hate me, professional gamers, right? But what's happening there is, whilst there is a gameplay mechanic and whilst there is a lot of competitiveness, a game like Fortnite differentiates itself by becoming the experiential game. And there was an Ariana Grande concert as well. There was Marshmello, right? And what Fortnite became was this live experience in a metaverse, and I can see Neeraj standing there, right? And it's a very primitive metaverse of sort which started 4-5 years ago, but there were people together watching something. And that is what I'm decoding, what George is saying, that there needs to be more and more experiential events which brands can partner with. And now coming to the Burger King story, 2 examples I'll give very quickly. One was something we did right at the end of the pandemic, wherein there was an augmented reality filter created on Instagram, which flame grilled anything that you guys could not achieve during the pandemic. And we gave Whoppers in return. Now, the insight was very clear that we all had plans, but the plans did not materialize. And here was one brand which said that, you know what, I know your plans have failed, but guess what, I have a Whopper for you. And my engagement, and again, the KPI is engagement, right? I mean, that's the only KPI we take, because everything else is controlled by the input of money that you put behind a campaign. And the engagements were almost 2 to 3x of the industry. And that really helped us to go for the next big campaign which we did, which was the IPL. What we did was something called the Greatest Hack, wherein we created a filter on a third-party page, which you could point at the camera. And whilst the game was live on, depending on the situation of the game, in every ball you could collect certain coupons. Now again, these coupons were also gamified, wherein they would pop up in your screen and you have to click on it and then it would be banked to you. And right from a no ball to a wicket to a 4 to a 6 to a 50 or a 100, or say even a ball which is not hit, right? Everything allowed you to customize and collect different kind of coupons. And one number that stands out for me was we had 50,000 gameplays in the period of that IPL, and this was the shorter IPL. The IPL which happened pre-pandemic, and then there were certain days allocated during, I think, November, December, somewhere around that time. And that really gave us confidence that content which is gamified and content which brings the brand out and allows people to really engage with it works. So again, 50,000 gameplays in a matter of 20 days, a great story for the brand. It really worked for our app as well. But these are the kind of things that the brand has taken in terms of gaming. Very niche steps right now, very early stages. But as George said, the more immersive experiences we have, the more brands would want to get into games and partner with the professionals to create good stories and engagements with consumers.
I mean, lovely steps you are taking for your brand. Otherwise, I mean, we love your burgers. Thank you. Yeah. So I would like to talk to Ankit. As you are a Red Bull athlete, want to understand what is your experience in being one?
My experience has been great. When I got to know that, I was being signed by Red Bull, my only idea was to, grow the gaming culture in our country. Because when I started, when the talks were happening, gaming was not that big back then. So I wanted to, change it from the grassroots, and that's where Red Bull helped me. We started with the Red Bull Flick, which was a CS event. Then we came up with the Red Bull Campus Clutch, which is a Valorant event, and then we started with Red Bull MEO, which is for all mobile gamers. So we tried to cater all the gamers in the country and gave them a platform to showcase their skills so that they can also live their dream of being an esports athlete or maybe a content creator. Give them that experience, give them the stage. So my experience has been great, and I'm really happy to be a Red Bull athlete.
That's wonderful. So Aditya, this one I want to take with you.
Yeah.
As you are engaging with brands more often, what is your take on the importance of creative freedom given to you as a creator to create your own campaigns with the brands and your fan base?
And what?
Fan base.
Fan base, okay. So in the last session, we were talk about this thing only, creative freedom. I'm sure a lot of have heard about it as well. So I think creative freedom should be given to throughout all the brands and to all the creators, because then what kind of content and how it's going to be merged with your influence activities as well. Because as a creator, I know what my audience are capable of absorbing that content, and when I'm gonna put that ad or influencer activity over the content period. So I think creative freedom should be the first topic before engaging into any activities, and so that the creator should know what thoughts could be possible to get the ads to be placed in the video as well.
That's great. Snacks, as you were an esports athlete and now you have made a transition to becoming a gaming content creator, can you share your insights from both the worlds and why you made this transition?
So 2018 में मैं start किया था खुद की journey as an esports player. So I used to play 12 hours the game daily, 12 hours fixed time, play tournaments, practice for the tournaments, represent India at international level. So that was my focus for constant 2 years. Then I started streaming. 2 साल में सिर्फ VODs upload किया YouTube पे. So people got to know only Snacks. My in-game name, my YouTube channel name is Snacks. People used to only know me as Snacks. So जब भी मैं वीडियोस डालता था, पब्लिक को ये पता चलता था कि यहाँ ये इसके गेम प्ले दिखा रहा है, टूर्नामेंट का गेम प्ले दिखा रहा है, कैसे खेलता है, क्या है, वो सभी सीखते थे पब्लिक. Then I started to give time to streaming. मैं दिन में 12 घंटे खेलता था, उसका 2 घंटे में निकाल के I used to stream YouTube पे. वहाँ पे जिस तरीके से मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा था, I was just being myself, and पब्लिक को बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद आया. मेरा एक्सेंट मैं जिस तरीके से स्ट्रीम पे खुद को ऐसा डिस्प्ले करता था, पब्लिक को बहुत ज़्यादा एंगेजिंग लगा एंड बहुत एंटरटेनिंग लगा. सो ये जो रिस्पॉन्स आया था व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड स्ट्रीमिंग, दैट वाज इनसेन. तो दैट गॉट मी इनटू कंटेंट. जब गेम बैन हुआ अभी रिसेंटली, मैं 4 years कंटिन्यूस ई स्पोर्ट्स खेला. लास्ट 10 months से आई एम ऑफ ई स्पोर्ट्स से, क्योंकि गेम बैन हो गया था जिस गेम के लिए मैं खेलता था, BGMI. तो 10 months मेरे पास बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम था, क्योंकि तो 10-10, 12-12 घंटे में खेलता नहीं था. मैं दिन में 4 घंटे स्ट्रीम करता था, बाकी का टाइम मैंने पूरा यूटिलाइज किया टू एक्सप्लोर. मैं चैलेंजेस वीडियोस, व्लॉग्स, खुद का लाइफस्टाइल, जो अ डे इन माय लाइफ, ये सब चीज़ें मैं लोगों को बताना चालू किया एंड पब्लिक को बहुत पसंद आया. एंड मैं कंप्लीटली इस 10 months को यूटिलाइज किया टू गेन मोर ऑडियंस, टू एंगेज विद पीपल, टू एंगेज विद द फॉलोअर्स जो मेरे को फॉलो करते फॉर अ रीज़न. बहुत लोग मेरे को गेम प्ले के लिए फॉलो करते हैं आज, बहुत लोग मेरे को मेरे एक्सेंट के लिए, मेरे एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए, मेरी लाइफस्टाइल के लिए, द थिंग्स आई मैनेज कंप्लीटली पूरा दिन, दे लर्न फ्रॉम इट. एंड मेरे को ऐसा डिस्प्ले करना खुद को, एंड लोग मेरे को देख के सीख रहे, बहुत पसंद आया मेरे को एक्चुअली ये. तो ये सडन स्विच, स्टार्टिंग में बहुत ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं था टू ब्लॉग इन फ्रंट ऑफ सो मेनी पीपल, बट व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड गेटिंग द रिस्पॉन्स, जो पब्लिक ने मेरे को रिस्पॉन्स दिया, दैट मेड मी कॉन्फिडेंट. एंड आई वॉज जस्ट बीइंग माई सेल्फ. कैमरा हो ना हो, मैं जैसा ऑफ कैमरा हूँ वैसा ऑन कैमरा था, पब्लिक को बहुत पसंद आया हो. तो this is my journey from an esports player to a content creator, but I'll be managing both since the game is back. तो दोनों मैनेज करूंगा, पब्लिक को एंटरटेन करूंगा, खेलते रहेंगे, मजे करेंगे. Thank you.
So we have seen some famous dialogues that you always say on stream. Can you just replicate some of them?
बहुत लोगों को समझ में नहीं आएगा, जो BGMI PUBG खेलते हैं उन लोगों को समझ में आएगा. तो मेरे 3-4 स्लैंग्स हैं हैदराबादी में, जब मैं बात करता था स्ट्रीम पे, पब्लिक को उसको पॉइंट आउट करके बहुत मजे करती थी. स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा ट्रोल हुआ मेरे एक्सेंट को लेके, बट बाद में पब्लिक को बहुत पसंद आ गया वो चीज़ एंड थोड़ा वायरल हो गया वो. तो देयर आर 3-4 स्लैंग्स जो गेम में मैं यूज़ करता था गेम प्ले में. तो एक है दे जिगल दे जिगल दे जिगल, तो एक है डैमेज दो अंदर आओ, जहर बस, सना स्प्रे, कोमा स्प्रे. तो ये पूरे मेरे हैदराबादी 2 वर्ड्स है, तो मैं ये अपने गेम प्ले में यूज़ करता था. वहाँ से पब्लिक को मेरा एक्सेंट पसंद आया, वहाँ से लोग पसंद करना चालू करे थे. लाइक स्ट्रीम करो, देखना है आपको रेगुलर बेसिस पे कैसा तुम बात करते, कैसा तुम एंटरटेन करते. तो पब्लिक पसंद करते यार, अपन डिलीवर करते रहते, सबको हंसाते रहते, खुश रखते.
With slangs, I think, with slangs, even Dynamo has some slangs, right? I think we should.
But that shot.
Now I'll be moving to Ronnie. Ronnie, what drew you to gaming in the first place? How has it impacted your life? Can you share a very memorable gaming experience with us?
I've been a gamer my whole life. Like बचपन से games खेल रहा हूँ. Gaming has like done a lot for my life. Of course, like a lot of things has happened in my life with gaming. So an impactful moment यार, ऐसे एक exactly moment तो नहीं, but बहुत सारे. Like I remember one moment. So this was back in 2018 when just PUBG Mobile came out. So I used to stream. I would be streaming 3 hours, 4 hours back then, and वो time पे PUBG PC था and CS:GO सारे game होते थे. So a very impactful day in my life, I'll say, is one day I decided to try out this new game that just came out 2-3 days ago called PUBG Mobile. That game was new. People had no idea कि ये mobile में कैसे चलेगा. I had no idea because if you played PUBG PC back in 2017, it was horrible. Even on a good PC, it's horrible. So imagine on a mobile phone. So that day I played PUBG Mobile for the first time, and I used to get around 20-30K views on my average live stream, and that day it went to around 200K views. And I remember I ended the stream and I was thinking to myself कि ये क्या हो रहा है? What is this thing? What is this game? And I think it just got on. People liked the game, people enjoyed the game, and here we are, 6 years later.
I mean, yeah, that's a long time. So I would like to go to Saloni now. Saloni, you have said in some of your videos that let's remove female from the female gamers, right? Can you briefly help us with your thought behind the thing?
I mean, I've said let's remove girl from the girl gamer because I never specify or pronounce myself as a girl gamer unless it's a trending hashtag on Instagram. Just kidding. So, like, I've always been a gamer my life. I'm born I'm born as a girl. That doesn't mean people will specify me as a girl gamer. So I don't like the fact that if it's a boy, people don't like specify them as a boy. Hey, he's a boy gamer. Why girls? We are just a gamer. And I believe for becoming a gamer, you require skills, not gender. So thank you. So I work on my skills and I work on my personality because I am an influencer. I'm a content creator as well. So that's what I believe and that's what I tell people, not to call me or pronounce me as a girl gamer.
That's great. I think Prashant, you want to.
So, Saloni, what a well-answered question. I mean, the part that there is a girl gamer, it's sad because there's no classification. But what I want to bring into perspective is characters. For example, I have played as Aloy, Horizon TK Forbidden West or Horizon Zero Dawn. I have played as Ellie. Ellie is Last of Us, right? What is happening is even in the gaming mainstream, some of the best characters in gaming today are women, right? And when you play them, you completely immerse yourself. If you look at most of the games coming in today, they have a character creation. For example, Cyberpunk. I don't know whether you have heard of Cyberpunk 2077. Keanu Reeves tha usme. Okay, that's the claim to fame for that game. But CD Projekt R was the first game which allowed you to be a trans character in the game itself. So I'm 100% in sync with you that this conversation of a gender, whether as a player or as a character in the game itself, is now blurring. And at the end of the day, whether it's a character or you're just a gamer doing the game. So more power to you for that.
So through this panel, we have seen that gaming is more than age and gaming is above than gender, right? So inclusivity and diversity, gaming is one genre that caters to. So these were the questions that I wanted to ask my panelists. Now we want to have some questions from the audiences, right? If you guys have any questions, do free to ask them. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, and that's the panel for you guys. Thank you.
And I think they truly deserve a round of applause because that's where you get insights very clearly from the people who have been playing themselves. And may I take this opportunity to welcome on stage the co-founders of eBrilliant Gaming India, Mr. Aman Garg and Mr. Anirudh Nagpal, to join us and present mementos to our panelists. Zordar तालियों से इनका स्वागत किया जाए. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, everybody. Special thanks to our session chair, Mr. Abhishek Agrawal. A round of applause for our esteemed panelists, Ankit Pant, Aditya Sawant, Saloni, Raj Verma, Prashant Sukhwani, Ronnie Dasgupta, Anshu Bisht, George Kuvur, and yes, the entire team. A round of applause, zordar taaliyan ho jaye. And may I request for a quick photo op with the entire team, with Mr. Aman Garg and Anirudh Nagpal as well. Yes, you could join in front of the tables, right there. Alright, I know you are excited to know who the winners are for the Pocket Games, so I'm going to announce that exactly in a minute. But thank you to Mr. Agrawal and the panelists for a superb session on gaming and their expertise. But before I go ahead, now it's time for a very special AV. We'd like to thank all our speakers, our sponsors, and our partners. And now it's time to thank our presenting partner, AnyMind. Can we please have a quick look at their AV before we announce the name of the winners for the Pocket Games? A big thank you to all our partners. And yes, can you have a huge round of applause for the E4M team? They've been doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes. A big thank you to them as well. The top 3 winners for the Pocket Games are, on number 3rd, we have Omkar Kadam. On number 2, we have Hassan. And on number 1, we have Harshavardhan. So a round of applause for the winners, the top 3 winners. If you've got any queries, you can connect with the team standing right outside that door. And with this, this is Ajay Rahul thanking everybody on behalf of the E4M, Group M, ESP, Game On, Online Gaming Summit team. Thank you so much for joining in. It's been a wonderful time that we've had with you. You've been a great audience. And just remember, keep gaming, don't stop. Thank you so